want anything, whatever we want, that can be bought just with the help of money. So money plays a very much important role in each and everyone's life. So in today's chapter, we will understand the value of money with respect to time, how money is important with respect to time. So we will compare these two aspects, and then we will discuss which of the method is beneficial for us, how we can take care of our money so that it can grow in a better way and we can become millionaire and even billionaire if we are having the proper strategy. If we follow the proper timing schedule with respect to money, we can become in very short period of time millionaire and even billionaire. Most of the people who belongs to like there is a saying which says that 1% of the population has 99% of money in hand. 1% of population has 99% of money, and remaining 99% of population have only 1% of money. So how does this happen? Because that 1% people apply some basic strategy, some tricks, so that they can increase their money, they can increase their wealth. So we will understand some those of the basic tricks and some more things in detail in this chapter. So basically, in the starting of the chapter, we will understand what is the simple interest, what is compound interest, and how we can invest into that so that we can earn more amount of interest. Then we will start with the concept of annuity. Now, what does this word annuity means? Annuity means the regular payment. Like when we deposit a sum of money every month in the bank, and which we say RD, recurring deposit in the bank, that is simply known as a kind of annuity. That means we are depositing every month or every quarter or every year. And after some period of time, it becomes a good amount of fund, and that gives us the happiness, that gives us a lot of amount, that gives a lot of interest. So we will understand that concept, and after that we will understand the present value of money, how we calculate the present value of money. Then also we will discuss the valuation of bonds. So all these are the topics which we will cover in our chapter. Okay, so understanding with the concept of basic. Now people earn money, and why they earn money? They earn money to spend on housing, food, clothing, education, entertainment. So even when we are having some of the function, at times we find difficulty to manage the money. Like if we are having some marriage in a family, then we require a lot of funds like 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs, even 50 lakhs of money. So how to grow that fund? How should we invest today so that after 10 years when we will get married, we can collect such amount of fund so that we can easily manage our expenses, we can manage our function. Similarly, when we start a business, we again require money. So this chapter is all about money, and if anyone want to learn about money practically, what he do, he simply takes the loan, and he simply sees the pressure, how much money can give the pressure. And if the person is having a lot of money, then he's very much happy, that he's very much excited that he can do anything in life. Now the main thing is, why is interest paid on the money? Whenever we have money, we deposit it into bank, we deposit into post office, or we deposit into bonds. Then what we get in return, we get interest in return. So why we are getting the interest? Why that other person is paying interest for the money which we have given? So we will understand this thing in basic, and after that we will start up with our topic, that is simple interest and then compound interest. So we are having Saket, welcome Saket to the group. Then Garvit, Arzu, Anandita, welcome Sahil, welcome Vignesh. That's great. Good afternoon. Great. So we are moving forward now. Yes, there is query of speaking Hindi. Sure, I will speak in both the languages, हिंदी एज वेल एज इंग्लिश, ताकि आप सबको थोड़ा सा कंफर्टेबल रहेगा, तो आई विल यूज बोथ द लैंग्वेजेस, राइट? सो अभी हम बात कर रहे हैं इंटरेस्ट की। इंटरेस्ट क्यों पे किया जाता है? इंटरेस्ट पे करने के पीछे जो फर्स्ट रीजन है, दैट इज द टाइम वैल्यू ऑफ मनी। मनी की जो है वैल्यू, दैट इज विद रिस्पेक्ट टू टाइम। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, अगर अगर हमने आज पेट्रोल फिल करवाया है, तो आज की प्राइस में पता है कितना है, अप्रोक्सीमेटली 108। इट मे वेरी फ्रॉम प्लेस टू प्लेस, स्टेट टू स्टेट, 2 to 5 rupees may vary, but on an average, if we are taking some figure, it is near about 108 per liter. Now when we go past 1 year, that means एक साल पहले अगर हम प्राइसेस देखें, that was near about 80 rupees and now it is 108. Within 1 year, एक साल में कितना चेंज आ गया? 80 से लेके 108, दैट इज 28 रुपीज पर लीटर से पेट्रोल की प्राइस इंक्रीज हो गई। दैट मींस अगर हमने पहले 100 रुपीज स्पेंड किया था फॉर बाइंग द पेट्रोल, तो हमें कितना मिला? मोर देन 1 लीटर, नियर अबाउट 1.2 लीटर्स। बट आज अगर हम 100 रुपीज स्पेंड करते हैं ऑन बाइंग द पेट्रोल, देन वी गेट लेस देन 1 लीटर। दैट मींस मनी की वर्थ जो है, दैट गॉट रिड्यूस्ड, द वैल्यू ऑफ मनी गॉट रिड्यूस्ड। The value of money continuously get reduces with respect to time, and not only for petrol, it is for each and everything. When we talk about education, when we talk about food, when we talk about clothes, so each and everything got inflated, each and everything gets inflated. हर जगह prices बढ़ जाती है, महंगाई बढ़ जाती है, तो money की value कम हो जाती, it get reduced. Now, if we take one more example, like we are having 100 rupees and we can buy the rice at the price of rupees 25 per kg. At present, the price of rice is what? Rupees 25 per kg, right? Now, in 100 rupees, how much we can buy? We can buy 100 divided by 25, that is 4 kg of rice. At present, we can buy 4 kg of rice with 100 rupees. Now, after 1 year, after 2 years, the price got inflated and became 40 rupees per kg. Now, the price of rice is rupees 40 per kg. Now, how much quantity we can buy? We can buy 100 divided by 40, that is 2.5 kg. 2.5 kg. Earlier we were having 100 rupees. Now also we are having 100 rupees. But earlier we were able to buy 4 kg of rice, and now we are able to buy only 2.5 kg of rice with that 100 rupee note. That means money has loosened its value. Money की value कम हो गई, तो इसके लिए हमें क्या करना पड़ता है? Money को invest करना पड़ता है, ताकि 100 रुपी भी inflate होकर ज्यादा बन जाए और हम ऑलमोस्ट वही क्वांटिटी को परचेज कर सके। ग्रेट, ओके, वेलकम एवरीवन। सो काफी सारे स्टूडेंट्स ने ज्वाइन कर लिया है, दैट्स ग्रेट, दैट्स ग्रेट। ओके, दिव्यदिता, स्वर्णिका, श्रेया, मित्रा, भूमिका, दामिनी, अना, मोहम्मद तोहीन, वंशिका, अनमोल, ग्रेट, गुड। सो I know you are having a lot of questions and you are directly jumping to the questions. Yes, we are jumping to the questions soon after 5 minutes. And the first reason was the time value of money. Second, when we talk about this, it is the opportunity cost. Second thing is the opportunity cost. Now, what does this opportunity cost means? We have many times different alternatives. Like if we invest in bank, we will get 7% rate of return. If we invest in post office, we are getting 8% of return. If we invest elsewhere, we are getting 9% of return. So out of these three options, we can invest at only single place. If we invest into the post office at the rate of 8%, then we will not get the return from bank. We will not get return from any other place because we have invested our money into the post office. So this is simply known as the opportunity cost. And the main thing is inflation. Now, what is inflation? Inflation simply means महंगाई, prices बढ़ जाती है। हमने पिछले 1 साल, 2 साल, 5 साल में देखा prices कितनी ज्यादा increase हो रही है, prices बढ़ रही है. So in order to meet that, हमें अपना स्टैंडर्ड को मेंटेन रखना है, तो उसके लिए हमें मनी को ग्रो करना पड़ेगा। मनी ग्रो होगी तभी हम अपने स्टैंडर्ड को मीट कर पाएंगे, राइट। देन देयर इज लिक्विडिटी प्रेफरेंस। हमें पैसा चाहिए लिक्विडिटी के लिए, इमरजेंसी के लिए, कि कभी हमारे घर में कोई इमरजेंसी हो जाती है तो घर का पैसा काम में आता है और हम उसको इमरजेंसी के लिए यूज ले सकते हैं। ऑल्सो देयर इज सम रिस्क इन्वॉल्व। कुछ प्लेसेस ऐसी होती है जहां अगर हमने इन्वेस्ट किया तो वहां पर रिस्क भी हो सकती है। अगर बैंक ने किसी को लोन दिया है तो बैंक के लिए क्या रिस्क है? जिस पर्सन ने लोन लिया है ही कैन बिकम बैंकरप्ट। अगर वो बैंकरप्ट हो गया दैट मींस वो बैंक को लोन पे नहीं कर पाएगा और वहां जाकर के बैंक को प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है, राइट। सिमिलरली एक इन्वेस्टर ने किसी ऐसी कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट कर दिया जो कंपनी इंसॉल्वेंट हो गई, अब वो कंपनी किसी को भी पे नहीं कर पा रही है, दैट मींस अगेन इन्वेस्टर हैज लूज्ड मनी। सो मनी के साथ में ऑफ कोर्स नो डाउट रिस्क इन्वॉल्व है, बट रिटर्न भी हमें मिलते हैं इफ वी यूज आवर मनी, इफ वी यूज आवर इन्वेस्टमेंट वाइजली, then we can grow our money very well. Chaliye, now we will understand the basic terminology. What is the basic terminology? So whatever amount which we are investing, that invested amount is known as the principal. So principal is the initial value of lending, or even if we are borrowing, then it is the borrowing value. If you invest your money, the value of initial investment is known as the principal. So whatever we are depositing today, that is simply known as the principal. Like if we are depositing 50,000 rupees at the rate of 10% interest per annum, then how much interest we will earn? We will simply earn 50,000 into 10%. That is rupees 5,000. So this 5,000 is simply known as the interest. Like if we are investing today 50,000, we are getting 55,000 at the end of the year, then how much we are earning? We are earning rupees 5,000. So this earning, this difference amount is known as the interest. So interest is the price paid by the borrower for the use of lender's money, because someone is using our money, so that person will pay to us, and that amount is simply known as the interest. And then the next term is rate of interest. Now, whenever we are getting certain amount, we calculate it in terms of rate. Like if we are earning 5,000 on 50,000 of money invested, then we are simply getting 5% of return. If we are getting 10,000 over 50,000 invested, then means we are getting how much? Sorry, we are getting 10% when we are earning 5,000, and when we are earning 10,000 of interest, that means the rate of interest becomes 20%. This is simply basic which we are talking about. Now, let's jump to the topic which is simple interest and compound interest. Now, what is the key difference between simple interest and compound interest? We will understand with the help of one simple example. Like if we are investing rupees 50,000 for 3 years, for 3 years. So what happens in year 1? So in year 1, we have invested 50,000. The rate of interest is, let's say, 10% per annum. So we will get 5,000 at the rate of 10%, and the total becomes, the total means amount. Amount is equal to what? Principal plus interest. What we get at the end of the year or end of the period, that is simply known as the amount. So principal plus interest becomes amount, that is rupees 55,000. This is amount at the end of 1 year. Now, what happens at the end of second year? In case of simple interest, we are talking simply about simple interest. So every year we will get interest on this principal amount. Every year we will earn interest on this principal amount. That means during second year we will again earn 50,000 into 10%, that is 5,000, and the total accumulated amount becomes 60. In case of third year, again we will get 5,000 interest, and the total becomes 65,000. 65,000. Okay. So basically, we are discussing this concept, and this concept is we will go a bit slow now because we are talking about the basics of interest, and some students are getting difficulty in calculation of basic interest. So we will go a bit slow now, and we will check how to calculate the interest via simple interest and how to calculate via compound interest. So here we took 50,000 as a sum of money. This 50,000 is the principal. We have invested it at the rate of 10% per annum, 10% per annum, and how much we will earn at the end of 1 year. So we can calculate it simply by 50,000 multiplying with 10 and dividing it by 100. So how much we will earn interest in 1 year? We will earn simply 5,000 rupees at the end of 1 year. So this is the 5,000. We invested 50,000. We earn interest of 5,000 in first year, and the total amount is 55,000. Now, what happens in second year? Second year, we will again earn interest on this 50,000 rupees. On this 50,000 rupees, because whenever we are talking about simple interest, we will earn interest on the principal amount invested. So every year we will get interest on this 50,000 rupees. So at the end of first year, we have 55,000 as the amount. At the end of second year, we have 55 plus 5,000, it becomes 60. Then at the end of third year, we have 65,000 as the amount in hand. So after 3 years, how much we got? After 3 years, we got 65,000 rupees in totality, of which we invested rupees 50,000 as the principal and rupees 15,000 is the interest. Rupees 15,000 is simply the interest, right? Okay. Now we will take one more example for more clarity. After that, we will discuss the next point. We are taking one more example. If we invest rupees 1 lakh at the rate of 8% per annum for 5 years. We are investing rupees 1 lakh at the rate of 8% for 5 years. Let's see what happens after 5 years. Now we are making the table year 1, then the amount, or we can say like particulars, then interest, and the total amount. So we have invested rupees 1 lakh. Now at the end of 1 year, how much interest we will earn? So we have to calculate simply 1 lakh multiplied by 8%. 1 lakh multiplied by 8%. How much it comes? It comes rupees 8,000. It comes rupees 8,000. Great. So now the amount becomes 1 lakh plus 8,000. It becomes 1 lakh 8,000 in total. At the end of 1 year, we have total amount of 1 lakh 8,000. Now in second year, we will again earn the interest. Now the main thing is, whenever we are talking about simple interest, we will always earn interest on this principal amount. We will always earn interest on this principal amount. So in second year also, we will get how much? 8% of 1 lakh, which is 8,000. Now the total of amount becomes 1 lakh 8,000 plus 8,000. It becomes 1 lakh 16,000 at the end Now, when we are talking about the third year, we will again earn the interest. We will again earn the interest of rupees 8,000. And how much it becomes now? It becomes 1,24,000 at the end of third year. That means our money is growing. Earlier we invested 1 lakh and now it grew up to 1,24,000. That means we are good going. Now for the fourth year again, we get interest 8,000. That is, the total becomes 1,32,000. And at the end of fifth year, what will happen? We will again get the interest of 8,000 and the total becomes 1,40,000. Great, great. So many of you have given the answer, like Akshay has given the answer. Okay. Then Shiv Kumar has given the answer. Then Saket has given the answer. Srasti, Aksha, that's great. That's great. Okay. Then Mr. Sai. Okay. So you all are correct. The total interest which we have earned in 5 years is rupees 40,000. This is rupees 40,000. And our total amount became 1,40,000. 1,40,000 is the total amount which is made up of principal as well as interest. The principal part is rupees 1 lakh and the interest portion is rupees 40,000 and the total is rupees 1,40,000, right? So this is the overall calculation. Now, this is a bit lengthy method. So why we have taken this method? We have taken this method simply to compare it with the compound interest. Otherwise, in examination, we don't have to use this method. This method is simply for our basic understanding, right? So we will continue with the same example, but we will start calculating the compound interest. Now, what happens in compound interest? Compound interest. So we will again prepare this table. Here, principal, interest, and then the amount. We are having first year, second year, third year, fourth year, and then fifth year. Now see what happens in case of compound interest. Do you know, compound interest is known as the eighth wonder of the world. Compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world. इसे कहा जाता है आठवां अजूबा. ऐसा क्यों कहा जाता है? Because compound interest ने काफी लोगों को करोड़पति बना दिया है, मिलियनेयर एंड बिलियनेयर बना दिया है. किसने? सिर्फ और सिर्फ कंपाउंड इंटरेस्ट ने. अगर कोई पर्सन 20 की एज में हर महीने रेगुलरली छोटा सा अमाउंट डिपॉजिट करता है, हम अगर हर महीने 10,000 20,000 रुपीज सेव करते हैं अभी से, आज से, तो क्या होगा? बहुत जल्दी विद इन फ्यू इयर्स वी विल बिकम करोड़पति, वी विल बिकम मिलियनेयर. तो वो दिन दूर नहीं जब हम मिलियनेयर बन सकते हैं, लेकिन हमें अभी से इन्वेस्ट करना पड़ेगा, राइट? चलिए अभी हम आगे समझते हैं. लेट्स अंडरस्टैंड नेक्स्ट पॉइंट. नाउ अगेन वी आर इन्वेस्टिंग रुपीज 1 lakh. नाउ वी आर गेटिंग इंटरेस्ट एट द रेट ऑफ 8%. So it is 8,000 for the first year and the total becomes 1,08,000. Now see what happens. What happens now? The compound interest, in case of compound interest, whatever is the amount at the end of first year, whatever is the amount at the end of first year, we will earn interest on this amount for second year. That means we will earn interest on rupees 1,08,000 in second year. So what we will do, we will simply put this 1,08,000 here. So now this is the amount invested, and now you have to calculate 8% on 1,08,000. Okay, so you can calculate and let me know. You have to calculate 8% of 1,08,000. How much it comes? 8% of 1,08,000. How much it comes? 8640. We are calculating 8% of 1,08,000. Why so? Because we are doing this question by using compound method, compound interest method. Now the total becomes 1,16,640. The total becomes 1,16,640. Great. So Anandita gave the answer right. Upasana also gave the answer right. Great. Now what happens in the third year? In third year, 1,16,640 is the principal value. It becomes the principal value now, and we have to calculate 8% on this value. So you can simply calculate this 1,16,640 multiplied by 8%. How much it becomes? It becomes 9331 plus 116640. Now it becomes 1,25,971. We are ignoring the decimal. We are taking it in the round of value, right? Great. So many of you have given the correct answer. That's amazing. That's amazing. Great. So Anandita, Aksha, Tanishka, Azil, Anamika, great. You all have given the correct answer. Now for the fourth year, come on. For the fourth year, how much will be the value? For the fourth year, it becomes 8% of 125,971. That is 10,078 rupees. 10,078 rupees. And after adding, we are getting the total amount as 1,36,049. 1,36,049. And now the last year. And now it is the time for the last year. What happens in the last year? What will happen in the last year? 8% of 136. 8% of 136. How much it comes? 10,884. Great. 10,844. And after adding, we will get the total amount as 1,46,933. 1,43,933. So this is the final amount at the end of fifth year. This is the final amount at the end of fifth year. Now we have to simply compare how much interest we have earned in 5 years. So we know that we have deposited rupees 1 lakh, we have invested rupees 1 lakh, and we have earned 46,933 as the total interest. We have earned 46,933 as the total interest when we are talking about the compound interest. Compound interest. But when we talk about the simple interest, we simply earn 40,000. 40,000. So there is a huge difference. How much is the difference? The difference amount is of 6,933. Approximately 7,000 difference. That means always we have to invest in what manner? We have to invest into compound interest instead of going for simple interest. So always we have to choose for the compound interest. So in 5 years, we have seen that there is a difference of rupees 7,000. So whenever we go for compound interest, we always gain something. This was the basic difference between simple interest and compound interest, and we simply discussed the understanding of this. Now we will move towards simple interest first. After that, we will discuss compound interest in detail. Now, the basic thing is how to calculate the simple interest in the shortest possible way. How to calculate simple interest in the shortest possible way. When we talk about exams, we have to do a calculation within seconds, and less than 1 minute, we have to complete all the process, right? So the basic formula for calculation of simple interest is P multiplied by I multiplied by T. Simple interest is equal to principal into interest multiplied by time. So P denotes the amount invested, principal. I means the rate of interest. The rate of interest, we have to take care that we have to write the rate of interest in terms of decimal. we have to write interest in terms of decimal. And time we will write in years. For how many years we have invested the sum of money. We are investing the sum of money. Simple interest is equal to principal multiplied by rate of interest multiplied by time. Then if we have to calculate the total amount, what we can do? For calculation of total amount, what we have to do? We have to add principal plus simple interest. So when we add principal and simple interest, we will get the total amount. We will get the total amount. Yes, there is one query that bank give us which kind of interest, simple interest or compound interest. Well, there are different kinds of options, but when we basically talk about the FDs, the term deposit for like 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, so bank always compound it. Bank normally use compound interest, and that compound interest is on yearly basis. Bank gives interest on compounding method, and that too on yearly basis. That we will discuss in further topic when we will talk about the compound interest on like quarterly basis, half yearly basis, or monthly basis, right? But in general, when we talk about bank, the bank gives compound interest on annual basis, right? So here we have learned the formula, simple interest. Then the second formula is for the amount, for the calculation of amount. And in lower classes, we have learned the formula in this sense, P into R into T divided by 100. It is one and the same thing. There is no difference because I means rate of interest. So we can write it in the manner of I, we can write in the terms of R. It doesn't matter. The formula is same. The formula is simply the same. But when we talk about the 100, division by 100, that means we have written the rate in terms of percentage into numerator, and then we are dividing it by 100, right? So let us understand this concept by some examples. Now, we just jump towards the example number first. How much interest will be earned on rupees 2000 at 6% simple interest for 2 years? We are talking about the interest on rupees 2000 at the rate of 6% simple interest, and then for 2 years. Now, in mathematics or statistics, whatever may be the case, we have to always see the given figures. What is the given thing and what we have to calculate. Always focus on the given things. And whenever you write the given things, you automatically get the formula, you automatically get your correct result, right? So what is the rupees 2000 in this given case? So we are given principal of rupees 2000. We are given I 6%. See, I is 6%. We have to write into fraction, then we can write 6 by 100. If you want to write in decimal, we can write 0.06. Okay, so I we can write 6 by 100 or 0.06. And then time is also given. Time is how much? 2 years. So when we simply apply our formula for simple interest, so it becomes principal into I into T. So 2000 multiplied by 6 divided by 100 and then multiply by time, which is 2 years. So how much we get? We will get rupees 240 as the simple interest. So the 240 is the simple interest. Great. Most of you have given the answer correct. Yes, Upasna has given, Varnika has given, Sankit and Arzu. Great. So you have given the correct answer. So this is the first basic question. Whatever is the question, we have to see the given things first, and after that we have to calculate the question which the question is asked. If the question have asked about the amount, then we can calculate by adding principal and interest. So amount is equal to 2000 plus 240. It becomes 2240. The amount becomes 2240. Right? Great. Right. Many of you have given the correct answer. Nice. Okay. Let us take one more example. Sania deposited rupees 50,000. So whenever the person is depositing the money, that is the principal. So this 50,000 is the principal. In a bank for 2 years, this 2 years is the time period with the interest rate of 5.5% per annum. So this 5.5% is I, rate of interest, and how much interest would she earn? To kitna interest milega? How much interest would she earn? We have to calculate this. So we are given P as 50,000. We are given I as 5.5%. So we can write in the way of 5.5 divided by 100. And then time is 2. So simple interest is equal to 50,000 multiplied by rate is 5.5 divided by 100 and then multiply by time, which is 2. Just 2. Now we can cancel the 2 zeros. How much we get? We will get rupees 5,500 as the simple interest. 5,500 is the total simple interest which we will earn in 2 years. This amount we will earn in 2 years. Okay, great. There is also some query about the rough papers. Yes, in exams, you normally get 1 to 2 papers at the end of your question paper. You will not get the separate paper for the rough work. For rough work, you will be given the question paper, and at the back side of question paper, you are given 2 pages. So on that page, you can do your calculations. But you must know that most of the calculation you have to do on calculator. Most of the calculation you have to do on calculator and also via your mind calculator. We have to sharpen our mind a bit, and whenever we sharpen our mind, we basically complete our paper on time. We attend each and every question, and we basically make no error, no mistake whenever we know our calculation orally. So for that, we will discuss, of course, some of the tips so that we can improve our calculations and we can attend more and more questions accurately, right? Okay, going further. Now coming to the example number 5. Coming towards example number 5, what we have to find out, let's see. Find the rate of interest. Now let's see what the question is asking. Find the rate of interest. We have to calculate I. If the amount owed after 6 months is 1050 rupees, the amount owed is rupees 1050 rupees, borrowed amount being rupees 1000, borrowed amount being rupees 1000. Now you have to see what is the given value. What is the given value? See, we have to find out the rate of interest, that is I. I is required. Is time available with us? So we are given 6 months. We are given 6 months. And so we can convert it into years. So 6 divided by 12 months, because there are 12 months in a year. So we can simply write as 1/2 or 0.5 years. 0.5 years. So time period is 0.5 year or 1/2 year. Interest we have to calculate. Now, what is rupees 1000 and 1050? See, the question gave 1050 is the amount after 6 months. That means it is the total amount which we will receive at the end of the period 1050. And the borrowed amount being rupees 1000, and what we have borrowed, that is the principal amount, it is rupees 1000. So we are having principal of rupees 1000 and the total amount is 1050. Now we have discussed one formula, that is amount is equal to principal plus interest. We are having amount as 1050, we are having principal as 1000. So how much is the interest? We will get interest equal to 1050 minus 1000. That is rupees 50. Rupees 50 is nothing but the amount of interest. This is the total interest. Now we have to convert this in terms of percentage. We have to convert this in terms of percentage. How we can convert this? How we can convert this? So there is simple method by which we can convert this. Like if we use the formula for simple interest, P into Y into T. So we are having the simple interest as rupees 50. We are having principal as rupees 1000. Interest we have to calculate, and the time is 6 months. So 6 by 12 or 1 by 2. Now we can solve this. Again, on cancelling this, what we will get? I is equal to 50 divided by 500. 50 divided by 500. That is 1 by 10. 1 by 10 means 0.10. 0.10. And if we have to convert this into percentage, we can multiply it by 100. We can multiply it by 100. It becomes 10% per annum. 10% per annum is the rate of interest. 10% per annum is the rate of interest. Okay. Great. Now there is one more thing which we need to understand here. Like we have interest. Now what happens if we substitute the formula for interest here? If we substitute the formula for interest here, what will happen? It is P multiplied by I multiplied by T. Now we can take P as common. P comes as common, so we are left with 1 plus IT. So amount is equal to principal, the bracket 1 plus IT. So we can use even this formula also. We can use this formula also for the calculation of the interest. Now, if we put our figures into this formula, what happens? The amount is rupees 1050. The principal is rupees 1000. Then 1 plus I we don't know. And the time period is 6 by 12, that is 0.5. So we can write here as 0.5 I. 0.5 I. Now what happens next? 1050 divided by 1000 is equal to 1 plus 0.5 I. Right? So on dividing, what we get? On dividing, we get 1.050 minus 1 is equal to 0.5 I. So from here again, we will get 0.05 divided by 0.5, which is nothing but 0.1 or the 10%. Or the 10%. So whatever method we think fit, we can use. Okay, so we can use any of the method, whichever you feel comfortable, right? And always you have one more option, that is the hidden trial method. You can pick one of the option and then you can try, like the 10% is coming or not, 20% is coming or not. Okay, so we can do this the same question by one more method, which is by using option. Let's say we are having these options. First option is 5%, second option is 10%, third option is 15%, and fourth option is 20%, right? So if you are trying to solve by using options, what we have to do? We have to consider principal, we have to consider time, and interest we are picking from the option. Interest we are picking from the option. So the given amount of principal is 1000. The time period is 6 months, right? That is 0.5 year. And the amount of interest which you have to match is rupees 50. Now, by using first option, if we use the first option, see what happens. Like we are using the formula for PIT, 1000 is the principal. I, we are taking 5%. If we are taking I as 5%, so it is 5 divided by 100 multiplied by time period, which is 6 by 12 or 0.5. So what we get here? So we are getting 25 rupees. We are getting 25 rupees from the option number 1. But in reality, the interest is rupees 50. And by using option 1, we are getting 25. That means option A is incorrect. We can then try the next option, that is interest equals to 1000 multiplied by 10% multiplied by 6 upon 12. Now it comes as rupees 50. That means second option is correct. Second option is correct. You can always try by using this method also. Great. Okay, so काफी students के message आ गए हैं. Great, Manish. Yes, Manish. I have received your message and you are also giving the correct answers. Great. Good going. Okay, so we have discussed 3 different methods of solving this one simple question. Great. Okay. Now let us come to the next example, which is example number 6. So again, we have to find out what is given into the question. What is given into the question? Okay. So you can tell me here, Rahul invested rupees 70,000 in a bank. So this is the amount invested, which is nothing but principal, at the rate of 6.5% per annum, simple interest. He received 85,925 after the end of the term. Find out the period for which the sum was invested by the Rahul. Now we are supposed to calculate the time period for how much period of time Rahul has invested his money. Yes, so we will write the given things. The principal is rupees 70,000. I, rate of interest is 6.5% per annum. Then amount is equal to 85,925, and we have to find out the time period, which is T. So what simple thing can be done? Again, we can use both the methods, and like by which method you get comfortable, you can use that method and then apply. So what becomes simple for us is to calculate the interest first. We can calculate the interest. Interest is simply the difference of amount and principal. Amount and principal. So what is amount? 85,925. What is principal? It is 70,000. So the total interest comes out as 15,925. 15,925. It is the total interest. It is the total interest. Okay. So now what we have to do next? See, we have to use the formula for simple interest, PIT. We are having simple interest as 15,925 equal to principal 70,000. Rate of interest is 6.5%. So 6.5 divided by 100 and then multiply by time T. That's it. Multiply by time T. Now we can cancel some zeros. So it got cancelled. And we have to do what? Cross multiplying now. We are doing cross multiplication. So T equals 15,925 divided by 700 and then again divided by 6.5. Now you can calculate this amount, how much it comes. How much it comes. So 15,925 divided by 700 divided by 6.5. So you will get 3.5 years. You will get 3.5 years as the answer. Okay, great. So there are some of the queries by some of the students. So let us discuss them first in 1 to 2 minutes. After that, we will proceed towards the next question. So there is one question of Mamta. So will definition come in exams? For example, define interest or MCQ? No. So in exams, when we talk about the mathematics, we will get the practical questions, right? But you must always have the basic understanding of the terms. We don't have to mug up the definition of anything. Like we don't have to mug up the definition of interest. We don't have to mug up the principle. But what simply we have to do it, we have to understand the term. So like whatever question comes in the exam, if you have the basic understanding, you can always choose the correct option. Otherwise, when we talk about the past exam papers, you have never got the definition question in case of mathematics, right? But like you must have the basic understanding of the terms. That's why we have discussed in short period of time. Okay. Then Swarnika is saying, thank you very much, sir. I'm understanding things very well. That's great. Great, Swarnika. Yes, Ishika, I'm receiving your messages. That's good. You are taking part. So I request all of you to take part into this question answer session also. Whatever question you are having, how much you are feeling about the session, you can share your views here and we can discuss whatever questions you are having, whatever doubts you are having, right? Okay, you are asking about question number 7 of exercise 4A. Yes, we will move toward that question. Sure. Then Smith says about the shortcuts. Yes, we will learn many of the shortcuts here. So we will apply the shortcuts. Now we at present, this is the initial phase. So we are understanding the things in the logical manner. After that, while solving some of the question, we will use the tricks. How to solve the question by using simply calculator. You don't have to use pens even in most of the questions. So we will discuss that thing also and we will learn how to use even calculator because as far as my knowledge is concerned, I have seen most of the students who don't know the functions of calculator, who don't know how to use the memory function, how to use that, because this is for the first time you are using calculator. In your school days you haven't used your calculator, so of course I will explain you the tricks and tips for using the calculator as well, right? Okay. What is the weightage of the chapter? Yes, Ishika says, what is the weightage of the chapter? So this chapter is very much important when we are talking about our examination. The average weightage of this chapter is about 12 to 16 marks. The weightage is about 12 to 16 marks. So it is the most important chapter of CA Foundation, right? And not even for CA Foundation, it will come again when we are talking about CA Intermediate, and this same concept will come in CA Final also, and during your whole lifetime, whenever you will invest your hard-earned money. Okay. There are some theoretical questions as well. Tanya is asking, how does opportunity cost affect the value of money? See, you will understand this opportunity cost topic in detail also when we are concerned about economics. What is basically the opportunity cost? Opportunity cost means the next best alternative which we are foregoing. Next best alternative which we are foregoing. That is simply known as the opportunity cost. See, whenever we are having some amount of money, let's say we are having rupees 1 lakh in totality, right? I'm talking about in totality, we are having rupees 1 lakh. Now, can we invest rupees 1 lakh into bank? Can we deposit this 100% the sum of money? No. Why we cannot deposit this 100%? Because we need some money for our day-to-day expenses, for our emergencies, for our general expenses. So out of this 1 lakh, we normally keeps, like someone keep 10,000, someone keep 20, 30,000, 40,000. So normally say if we are keeping 40,000 as a sum of money into our house for our day-to-day transaction, for some emergency, then we are investing 60,000 as a sum of money. We will earn interest, we will earn income on 60,000, but we will not earn the income on 40,000 rupees. So we are foregoing the interest on rupees 40,000 rupees. We will not get any amount of interest on this 40,000 rupees. And this 40,000 may lose its value. If this 40,000 are kept as it is for 2 months, 3 months, 1 year, that means this 40,000 is losing its value. As and when the time is getting passed, this 40,000 is getting depreciated. And at the end of 1 year, 2 year, its original worth is now less than rupees 40,000, what it was 1 year before. So this happens. Okay, someone is asking, yes, Charushya Gagandeep is asking, what is the meaning of forgo? Forgo means sacrifice. Forgo means sacrifice, जो आपने त्याग कर दिया है, जो आपने दे दिया है, जो आपने छोड़ दिया है, forgo कर दिया है, right? Okay, Miss Ria says, love your teaching, sir. Thank you very much, Ria. You are really very good in it. I wish you would be the permanent faculty for mathematics. Thank you very much. Yes, there is one question. May we use calculator in exam hall? Yes, yes, yes. You can use calculator in your exam hall. And the main thing is, what is the main thing you must know about the calculator? There are two kinds of calculator in the market. One is the scientific calculator. One is the scientific calculator, and other one is the normal calculator. So in our examination, scientific calculator is not allowed. What is scientific calculator? We are having the function of logarithm, which is having the function of trigonometry, which is having the functions of solving equations. So that kind of calculator is not at all allowed in our commerce exams. That is simply for science students. So scientific calculator we don't have, but we have to use the normal calculator. See, this kind of calculator is okay. We have to use such calculator. And your calculator must be of proper size. Like some of the student buys the small one calculator that is very much small. Like what happens when we press 1 and on screen like 2 is coming, we are pressing 2, then 3 is coming. So like we don't have to purchase very small calculator. A handsome size of calculator must be there, like the average size. And it must have the basic functions, that is plus, minus, multiply, divide is into each and every calculator. But some of the calculators I have seen where square root button was missing. You have to check. While buying your calculator, you must always check the square root button. You must check the GT button. GT is also one of the very good function of the calculator. You must check. GT means gross total. So you must have this function, GT function, into your calculator. Also the memory function, for that m plus, m minus, m plus, m minus, and mrc will be written on your calculator, right? So you can buy such kind of calculators. And one more advice which I want to give for the calculators. Most of the students, what most of the student does is like they buy calculator of local companies. Local company means they buy simply calculator of ₹100. Like money is not the matter. The main thing is the quality. You are getting very low quality in 100 rupees. We cannot rely on that calculator. Its battery can diminish anytime. It may stop working anytime. And whenever it fell from our
Excuse me, sir. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, sir.
Use of calculator already given in the examination guidelines itself. Actually, use of calculator candidates be allowed use of battery operated portable calculator in the exam. The calculator can be any type of up to 6 functions, 12 digits, and up to 2 memories. This is the calculator guidelines which was given in the examination guidelines also. These are the some specification like 12 out 6 functions and 12 digits only with the 2 memories.
For how much period of time?
And apart from that, scientific calculators are not allowed in the exams.
Right, sir. Okay, so you all have got the guidelines for the calculators, and it is always available in your like admit card also, in material also, right? Okay. Now we are moving further into our next question. which is example number 7. Yes. Now, example number 7 says, couple deposited some amount in a bank for 7.5 years. Now, couple is depositing some amount into a bank for 7.5 years at the rate of 6% per annum, simple interest. Couple received 1,01,500 at the end of the term. At the end of the term, compute initial deposit of couple. Compute initial deposit of couple. See, again, we have to write down the given information. What is given? So the principal amount we have to calculate. We are given the time period, that is 7.5 years. Now, 7.5 years you can write into fraction also, like 7 into 2, 14 plus 1, that is 15 by 2 you can write, or you can write as 7.5 years. Okay. Rate is 6%. So 6% we can write it as 6 divided by 100. Now, couple received 1,01,500 at the end of the term. So what is this 1,01,500? This is basically the amount. This is the amount. That is 1,01,500. Now, we have to calculate the principal amount. So what we can do here, we can apply the formula which we discussed earlier, like amount is equal to principal, then 1 plus I multiplied by T. Amount is equal to principal, then bracket 1 plus IT. We can apply this formula. Now, amount is 1,01,500 is equal to, principal is missing, we can write it as P, then 1 plus I. I is 6%, so we can write 6 by 100. And for time, we can write as 7.5. 7.5. Okay. Now, what we have to do? 1 plus. Now, 6 into 7.5 is 6 multiplied by 7.5 is 45. So 45 by 100. And in opposite side, we are having 1,05,500. We can take LCM here and then we do the cross multiplication. So 1,01,500 is equal to 145 divided by 100. So principal amount comes as 1,01,500 multiplied by 100 divided by 145. So how much it comes? So it comes as 70,000. Okay. Okay. Krishna is saying she want to get explanation once more. See, what we are given with the time period, we are given the rate of interest, we are given the amount, and what we have to calculate is the principal. So we are using the formula for calculation of amount. So amount is equal to principal multiplied by 1 plus IT. Now we can substitute all the values except the principal value. So when we are substituting all the values, and after taking LCM and cross multiplication, we are simply getting the principal as 70,000 rupees. 70,000 rupees. That means if we invest 70,000 rupees for 7.5 years at the rate of 6%, we will get 1,01,500 as the total amount. Right? So this is example number 7. Now, I think from examples, we have covered almost each and everything. So example number 8 is a similar kind of example, but one thing is different, which we will discuss here. Example 8 says, a sum of rupees 46,875 was lent out at simple interest. This amount was lent out at simple interest. And at the end of 1 year, 8 months. Yes, here the time period is given into like this manner, 1 year, 8 months. Now, how we can write into this, we will discuss this figure. And the total amount was 50,000. Find the rate of interest percent per annum. See, rest all is okay. How we can write the time period, that is important. We can write 1 year, 8 months as, so 1 year, 8 and then divided by 12, because it is 8 months out of the 12 months, because in totality we are having 12 months in a year, of which we are given 8 months above. So 1 year, so 1 8 by 12 we can write in this manner. Or if we want to convert it into other manner, we can write 12 into 1 is 12, 12 plus 8 becomes 20, so it is 20 by 12. 20 by 12, right? And some of the students makes mistake here. What they do here, they write it as 1.8 years. Some students write as 1.8 year. It is absolutely incorrect. It is not 1.8 years. It is 1 year, 8 months. So it is quite different. If you divide 20 by 12, it will come as 1.6666 years. Right? So in decimal, this is 1.666 years, and in fraction, we can write as 20 divided by 12 years. Right? So rest all is the similar thing which we have discussed about. So we are proceeding further. So now it is exercise 4A. 4A exercise, and we will take some questions from here. So is there any special question on demand from this exercise? You can write into the chat box. Okay, question 10 is into demand. That's great. Yes, we will discuss question 10 here. And also 2-3 questions we will more discuss here from simple interest. And after that, we will begin our next topic, that is compound interest. Okay, there is one more, that is question number 9. Yes, we'll discuss 9th also. Question number 7 is also the required one. Okay. So we have got 3 questions, 7, 9, and 10. The questions which are from the beginning, like question number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all these are the basic questions which we have discussed in from the examples. So all these are the similar question, and you can try all these at your home. And again, if you get some difficulty, you can ask your queries, right? So we are moving towards the question number 7. This question is saying, principal is rupees 8,500, amount is 10,200, rate of interest is 12.5%, simple interest, then time will be. So what we have to calculate? We have to calculate the time period. We have to calculate the time period. Okay. So we are applying our formula and we will write the given things. So principal is equal to rupees 8,500. Amount is equal to rupees 10,200. Rate of interest I is 12.5%. And we are supposed to calculate the time period. See, what we can do first, we can calculate the simple interest by deducting principal from amount. So amount is 10,200 minus 8,500. So what we will get? We will get rupees 1,700. 1,700 is the simple interest. Okay, this is the simple interest. Now we can apply the formula for simple interest is equal to PIT. So 1,700 is equal to principal is 8,500 multiply by I, that is 12.5 divided by 100, multiply by the time period, which is T. Now what we have to do? We have to do some cancellations and then cross multiply. Cross multiply. So T is equal to 1700 divided by 85 and then again divided by 12.5. How much we get? How much we are getting? So here we are getting 1.6. 1.6. Now here lies the twist. यहाँ पर एक twist lie करता है. Twist क्या है? चलिए समझते हैं. What is the twist here? Yes, the time period is 1.6 years. 1.6 years. Can we say it as 1 year and 6 months? Can we say it as 1 year 6 months? No, no. This is not 1 year 6 months. This is 1.6 year. If we are required to calculate into months, like when we check the options, what are the options? See, first option is 1 year 7 months. Second option is 2 years. Third option is 1.5 year, and D option is none of these. So now what happens here is many of the students answer here option number C by thinking it as 1 year and 6 months, but C is not the correct option here. C is not the correct option here. What we have to do, we have to calculate it into months. See, 1.6 years. So 1 year is complete. Now for 0.6, what we can do, we can multiply the 0.6 with 12 months. We can multiply 0.6 with 12 months. So what comes? 12 multiplied by 0.6, it is 7.2. So it comes as 1 year and 7.2 months. 1 year and 7.2 months. That means approximately we can answer as 1 year and 7 months. 1 year and 7 months. So this is the correct answer, right? So this is the confusion which most of the student is having. So now you can rectify if you had mistaken earlier, right? So 1.6 year means 1 year and 7 months. So option number A is the correct answer. Option number A is the correct answer. Yes, Vijay, I'm receiving your query. Great. Then there is one more demand of question number 8. Okay, yes, we will do that also. No worries. So we've done this question number 7. Okay. Now, let's talk about question number 8. Question number 8 says, the sum required to earn a monthly interest of rupees 1200 at 18% per annum simple interest is. Now, what this question requires? What this question requires from us? The sum required to earn, we need to find out the sum. That means the principal. We need to find out the principal required to earn a monthly interest. We want to earn monthly interest. How much? 1200 rupees a month at the rate of 18% per annum. Simple interest, right? So what we can do, we can simply apply the formula for simple interest. Now, what is the formula again for simple interest? The same thing. Simple interest is equal to P-I-T. We require 1200 as the interest. Then rate of interest is 18% and the time period is 1 month, because question is saying every month we want 1200 rupees. So it is monthly. So we can write as 1 by 12 years. When the time is into months, 1 month, we can convert it into year as 1 by 12 year. 1 by 12 years. Now we can do the cross multiplication and get the result. So 1200 multiplied by 1200 divided by 18. So you can get your result from here. See how much you are getting? On cross multiplying, 1200 into 100 multiplied by 12 divided by 18. You get principal as 80,000. You get principal as 80,000. Okay. Now, one thing we need to understand here. We are discussing here, that's why we are writing each and everything. But after understanding, after building your understanding, you have to write all these things now at present, now in your notebook, so that you can recall it later on. But when we talk about the examination, what you have to do in your exams, you have to recall the formula in your memory. You have to recall the formula in your memory, that is simple interest is equal to PIT. Then what we have to do, you have to cross multiply in your memory. You have to cross multiply in memory and type that figures into your calculator. You can simply type those figures into your calculator. So what you can do, you can write simple interest on one side. So you have typed 1200 into your calculator. Then you know that we are dividing it by 100, we are dividing it by 12. So that will go on other side and multiply with 1200. So you can directly multiply 100 and then multiply by 12 in your calculator. And then we are having 18% into numerator. And when 18% goes on other side, it comes into denominator. So you can divide it directly by 18 and you will simply get your result as 80,000. So you can simply do all these things, but the main thing is the concentration. You have to simply concentrate a bit and all these calculations will happen on your calculator. It will take simply 15 to 20 seconds or half a minute. That's it. Such kind of question you are doing, you can simply complete these questions in half a minute just by reading and immediately applying those things, and you will get the result within 30 seconds, right? So it will require some practice, no doubt, but yes, you can practice today so that you will get the benefit tomorrow, right? So this is the question number 8. I think your theory has solved. Yes, many of you have given the correct answer. That's Rudrani has given, Jyoti, Chaurasya, Saksham, Upasna, Aditya, Tanya, Lakshmi, Divya, Swati, then Mitra, Shruti. Great. All of you have given the correct answers. Yes. Okay. One more thing can be done here. If you don't want to use the formula, you can solve this by using the options also. Now, how to do using options? Let's see, if you're using the first option, that is 50,000 is your first option. If you take 50,000 as your principal sum, if you take 50,000 as your principal sum, then what you can do? You can do like type 50,000, then you can multiply it by 18%. What you have to do, you have to type on your calculator 50,000, multiply 18, then press the percentage symbol. Then what you have to do, you have to divide it by 12 because of 12 months. Divide by 12. You will get 750 rupees. You will get 750 rupees. That means option A is not correct. You can try again with the second option, like 60,000 multiplied by 18% and then again divided by 12. You will get how much? You will get 900. But when you try with 80,000, multiply by 18% and then divided by 12, you will get 1200 as your result. You can solve this by using the option method, hit and trial method. So 80,000 is your correct result. Okay, someone is asking कि क्वेश्चन नंबर 8 में SI क्यों पूछा? सी SI is not required. आपको क्वेश्चन में गिवन है that the monthly interest of 1200 18% per annum is based on the simple interest method. It is based on simple interest method. और ये is connected किसके लिए? Sum के लिए. What is the sum required and is वो sum क्या है ये आपसे पूछा है. That means you are supposed to calculate the principal sum and not the interest amount, right? So this was question number 8. Now, next is question number 9. Question number 9 says a sum of money amount to rupees 6,200 in 2 years. Now we can write the given things. The sum of money amounts to 6,200 in 2 years, 7,400 in 3 years. The principal and rate of interest will be. So you have to calculate two things here, principal as well as the rate of interest. See the trick which we are using here. First of all, we are writing the given information, years. After 2 years, the amount is 6,200. After 3 years, the amount is 7,400, right? After 2 years, it is 6,200. After 3 years, it is 7,400. Now, what is the difference amount? You can calculate the difference here. So 7,400 minus 6,200 is rupees 1,200. So what is this 1,200? This 1,200 is the annual interest. This 1,200 is the annual interest. Okay, that means yearly we will get 1,200 as the interest. Now what we have to do, we have to calculate the principal money and the rate of interest. So how we will calculate the principal? See, we are having 2 years. After 2 years, the amount which we are receiving is 6,200. That means in 6,200, this amount is inclusive of interest for first year, also interest of second year. 6,200 is inclusive of 2 years of interest, first year as well as second year. If we deduct interest for 2 years from this sum, we will get the principal amount. We will get the principal amount. So we can deduct interest of first year and also interest of second year. So we have deducted interest of 2 years. Now how much we get? We got 3,800. So 3,800 is the principal sum. 3,800 is the principal sum which we are getting into option number A. Now also we can verify the rate of interest. And when we are talking about verifying the rate of interest, what can be done? The rate divided by amount invested multiplied by 100. So we are calculating the rate of interest. How to calculate the rate of interest? We are dividing 1,200, that means the interest, upon the principal multiplied by 100. So we are getting 31.57 or 58%. So this is the rate of interest. Fine. So in this way, we can calculate our principal sum and also our rate of interest. Got it? Now the next question is question number 10. A sum of money doubles itself in 10 years. What does this mean? If we are investing 100 rupees today, we will get 200 at the end of 10 years. That means the money is getting doubled. The number of years it will triple itself. That means how much time it will take to triple itself. This is a simplest and logical question. This is very simple and logical question. See, what the question is saying, the money is getting doubled in 10 years. So let us assume we are investing 100 rupees today. We are investing 100 rupees today. After 10 years, what will happen? After 10 years, the money is getting doubled. That means we are getting rupees 200. So how much is the interest? Interest is 200 minus 100, that is rupees 100, right? Now the question says how much time it will take to triple the money. That means what we have to do for getting tripled, we have to make it 300. For triple, for getting triple, that means 100 multiplied by 3 is 300. So again, what we require is, we require the interest of rupees 100. We require the interest of rupees 100, and we already know that for earning 100 rupees as the interest, we are having the 10 years of time period. It will take 10 years to give us the interest of 100 rupees again. That means from today, from zero time period, from today, will take 20 years. It will take 20 years to triple the sum of money, right? In 10 years, the money will get doubled, and in 10 more years, it will become triple. That means in overall 20 years, the sum of rupees 100 will become 300. So you can simply apply this logic and then answer. Has invested his money. Okay, so this was the simple question. And also, like, if you want to do, we will write, if you want to do by using the formula, we can always use that formula also. Like, how to use the formula? See, we know that the principal money, let the principal be rupees 100. And what is the amount? We want the triple as the amount, that is rupees 300. 300 we want as the amount, right? So it is taking like 10 years. It is taking 10 years for giving rupees 100 as the interest. Interest in 10 years is rupees 100. That means per year, how much interest we are earning? Per year, we are earning 10 rupees, 100 divided by 10. Or if we calculate into percentage, we are simply earning 10% as the rate of interest. So I becomes 10% because we are earning simply 10 rupees per year out of rupees 100. That means 10% is the rate of interest. Now you are having principal, you are having amount, you are having interest, and we have to calculate simply the time period. So we can calculate it in the simple manner. Amount is equal to principal. Principal is rupees 100. Then 1 plus IT. I is 10%. Multiply by the time period, which is T. Okay. So what we can do? We can cancel these zeros, 100 and then 300. So what comes next? 3 minus 1 is equal to 0.1 T. So 2 divided by 0.1 is the time period. So it comes as 20 years. So you can calculate in this manner also. Otherwise, the best way is to apply the simple logic and you will get your answer in fraction of seconds. Great. Okay, काफी लोगों ने आंसर दे दिया है. That was great. Okay, question number 9. Again, एक बार demand आ रही है. You want to understand the question number 9? Yes, I will explain it once again for more clarity. See, what is happening in question number 9? We are taking it once again. The question says, we are investing a sum of money, right? We are investing a sum of money. After 2 years, how much we will get? The question is, after 2 years, we are getting 6,200. After 2 years, we are getting 6,200. And after 3 years, how much we will get? We will get 7,400. We will get 7,400. Now see, what is the trick? What we have to do? How much is the difference in years? There is a difference of 1 year, right? Now in 1 year, this money is growing. By how much this money is growing? This money is growing by rupees 1,200. This money is growing by rupees 1,200. What this makes us understand that we are earning interest equal to rupees 1,200. We are earning interest 1,200 per year. We are getting interest as 1,200 per year, right? Now, We have invested the principal. See, we are writing here the principal. We have invested a certain amount of money, that is the principal P. In first year, we might have received the interest. How much? 1200. This is for the first year. Principal plus interest of first year, plus again the interest of second year. And at the end of second year, this total amount is equal to 6,200. Right? We have invested the principal P. Then on this principal, we have earned 1200 as interest for the first year, also 1200 as the interest for second year, and at the end of second year, the total figure is 6,200. 6,200. So how much is the principal? We can calculate it as 6,200 minus 2,400. That is rupees 3,800. This is the principal amount. This is the principal amount. You can simply calculate in this manner, right? Now, what you have to calculate? The rate of interest. So we can calculate by using the formula also. Simple interest is equal to PIT. So principal we are having 3,800. Interest we have to calculate. Now, if we are taking the timing as 2 years, then how much is the interest for 2 years? We are having 1200 plus 1200, that is 2,400 is the interest for 2 years. 2,400 is the interest for 2 years. Okay, so I is equal to 2,400 divided by 3,800 and then 2. So we will get 31.57%. 31.57%. Okay, so this is the rate of interest. So principal is there and interest is also we have calculated. Okay, great. So now there is one more question, basic doubt, like how we will know that we have to solve by using the simple interest or compound interest. See, always there will be some hint when we will talk about the compound interest. Like we will solve some question on compound interest now. So there, like the question will be saying it will be compounded yearly, it will be compounded monthly. So something or the other information will be given to us. But like whenever some information is missing, we can apply it by using the simple interest. Otherwise, some of the other hint will be given in the question, and by using that hint, we have to apply the simple interest or compound interest formula. Okay, so this was the topic, simple interest. Now we have to talk about the compound interest. See, what happens in compound interest? In compound interest, we will earn interest on which amount? When we talk about the calculation, we will always earn interest on the sum which we have made up till now. For example, if we take again year 1, the principal money is rupees 1 lakh and the rate of interest is 10%. The rate of interest is 10%. So when we are talking about the first year, we have invested rupees 1 lakh at the rate of 10%. How much interest we will earn? We will earn interest of rupees 10,000. Now, after earning 10,000, how much will be the total amount? The total amount will be 1,10,000. The total amount will be 1,10,000. Now, the most important thing is for the second year. Second year mein kya hoga? Now, the bank or the investor will give us interest on this 1,10,000. Second year mein hame 1,10,000 पे interest मिलेगा. Second year में 1,10,000 पे interest मिलेगा. The bank will give us interest on 1,10,000 rupees. So now we have to calculate 10% of 1,10,000. that is 11,000. And now the totals comes as 110 plus 11, that is 1,21,000. 1,21,000. And when we talk about the third year, now we will get the interest on this 121. That means always in compound interest, we earn interest on interest. That means this 10,000 got reinvested and we are getting interest on this amount also into second year. Then in second year, we earned 11,000 as interest. This also got reinvested and we are earning interest on this figure also. So every year, whatever interest we earn, that amount gets reinvested and we can earn on that money also. So in third year, what will happen? We will get 12,100 as the interest and the total comes as 1,33,100. Right? So this is the basic way of calculation. But now we have to understand the formula, how to calculate compound interest by using the formula. This is not the method which we are going to solve the question, or we have to not try this type of method. We have to simply apply the basic formula for compound interest. Okay. Right. So we will move towards this part. Yes, this portion is very much important for understanding the compounding system. What is this concept? This concept is known as the conversion period or the period for compounding. That means how many times we are compounding. That is the most important thing. The compounding can be annually, compounding can be semi-annually, compounding can be quarterly, it can be monthly, or it can be daily, right? When we talk about compounded annually, this simply means what? The example which we have took just now, that means we have to calculate interest at the end of 1 year. We have to add it to the principal amount and that amount will get reinvested. Like 1 lakh plus 10,000, it becomes 1,10,000. And now 110 will is getting reinvested and return interest on 1,10,000. So this is basically the compounding annually. But when we talk about daily compounding means what? Like if we have invested 1 lakh today and we got like 100 rupees as interest for the first day, only on the first day we got 100 rupees as interest. Then for second day, we will get interest on 1,100,000. Let's say now the interest is 101. So on third day, what will happen? We will earn interest on 1,201,000. On fourth day, again on that sum. So in this manner, we will receive the interest. In this manner, we will get the money compounded. So when we are compounding it on annually basis, that means on when we are talking about 5 years, we are compounding it for 5 times. That means if we are taking annual compounding, if we are choosing annual compounding and our whole investment period is of 5 years, that means the amount is getting compounded 5 times, right? But if we are going for compounded semi-annually, that means our amount will get compounded twice a year. हमारा जो money है वो 2 times क्या होगा? Compound होगा. For example, अगर हमने 1 lakh अभी invest किया है at the rate of 10%, तो after 6 months कितना interest मिलेगा हमें? How much will be the interest earned? The interest earned would be 5,000. Interest earned would be 5,000. The total becomes 1,05,000 when? At the end of 6 months. Now we have to calculate interest on this 1,05,000. So 1,05,000 multiplied by 10% for 6 months. It comes as 5250. So at the end of 12 months, what we are having? 1,10,000 10,250. So this is compounding semi-annually. Earlier, what we had taken, that was compounding yearly. Now this is compounding semi-annually. Similarly, when we talk about compounding quarterly, that means we are the amount is getting compounded 4 times in a year. Amount is getting compounded 4 times in a year. When we talk about monthly, the amount is getting compounded 12 times in a year. And when we talk about compounded daily, that means we are compounding 365 times in 1 year. 365 times in 1 year, right? So we will understand it one more time. Compounded annually means एक साल में एक बार compounding होगा, 1 time in a year. Compounding semi-annually means 2 times compounding होगा in a year. Compound quarterly means 4 times money will get compounded in a year. Compounded monthly means 12 times in a year, and daily means 365 days in a year. So by this much time, the money will get compounded. Right? So what will be the effect for this? What will be the effect for this? Understand this with the help of some example. And before that, discuss the formula. Discuss the formula for the calculation of amount and the compound interest. So here, when we are talking about the compound interest, we can calculate our amount by using the formula as principal multiplied by 1 plus I to the power n. Principal multiplied by 1 plus I to the power of n. So this formula will fetch us amount. This formula will give us amount. If we want to calculate the compound interest, what we can do, we can subtract amount minus principal. Amount minus principal becomes compound interest. So first formula was for amount, second formula is for compound interest. Now one more thing can be done here. We can substitute the formula for amount here, like principal multiplied by 1 plus I to the power of n minus p. So p is common here. P is common here. We can take p as common, and we will get 1 plus I to the power of n minus 1. 1 plus I to the power of n minus 1, and then multiply by p. So this is again the formula for compound interest. So these are the formulas for calculation of compound interest. Got it? Now we will apply this formula and understand how to solve the questions, like if it is annually, if it is semi-annually, quarterly or monthly. What is the way for calculating the interest, right? So we are doing now the example number 12, and I think all your queries will get solved here when we talk about what is quarterly, how to calculate monthly. So all your queries will get solved here, right? So 2000 is invested at an annual rate of interest of 10%. What is the amount after 2 years if compounding is done annually? Now, first of all, we are solving the question by annual compounding. Annual compounding. So we have to calculate the amount. So formula we have learned just now. Amount is equal to principal multiplied by 1 plus I to the power of n. So principal we are having as rupees 2000 multiplied by 1 plus I. The rate of interest is 10%. We can write as 10 divided by 100. Now whole to the power n, whole to the power of n. N is how much? What is the amount after 2 years? That means 2 years is the amount. 2 years is the amount. So we have to write the power as 2. Now we have to calculate it as 2000 multiply by 1.1 to the power 2. So you have to find out the square. You have to find out the square. Square of what? 1.1. And then multiply by 200. Now, what is the trick to calculate the power? Right? I'm telling you the trick to calculate the power. See, what you have to type? You have to type 1.1 on your calculator. Then press the multiply button and then press equal to. 1.1, then multiply and then equal to. See what you're getting? 1.1 multiply equal to. What you are getting? You are getting 1.21. You are getting 1.21. This 1.21 is the square. This 1.21 is the square of 1.1. Right? So 2000 multiplied by 1.21. So how much you are getting? You are getting 2420. This is the amount. This is the amount at the end of 2 years. Okay. This is the A part of this question. Now, when we talk about the second part, that is B, which is semi-annually. Now, what we have to do in case of semi-annually? Semi-annually means half yearly, 2 times a year. Then how much conversion period? Now, understand this thoroughly. We are having the time period as 2 years, but compounding is after 6 months. Semi-annually means after 6 months, the money will get compounded. That means this is the 0 period. After 6 months, the money will get compounded. Again, after 6 months, the money will get compounded. And then again, after 6 months, the money will get compounded. And then one more times. One more time, right? That means 4 is the conversion period. 4 times the money got compounded. So these are the 4 period. First, second, third, and then 4. These 4 are what the conversion period. So how to calculate the conversion period? How to calculate the conversion period? So when we are talking about semi-annually or half yearly, that means we have to multiply years with the number. Like semi-annually, we have to multiply with 2. So if we are having 2 years, so we have to multiply it by 2. That means it is 4. 4 is the conversion period. Right? So when it is semi-annually, we have to double the time period. We have to double the time. That means 2 into 2 become 4 conversion period. When we talk about quarterly. So years multiplied by 4 quarters are there in a year. So 2 years multiplied by 4. That means 8 is the conversion period. 8 becomes the conversion period. When we talk about monthly, we have to multiply it by 12. So 2 into 12, that means 24 becomes the conversion period. 24 becomes the conversion period, right? So in this manner, we can calculate the conversion period. And what about the rate of interest? For rate of interest, we have to divide it. Like what we did here, we multiply by 2, we multiply by 4, multiplied by 12. For rate of interest, we have to divide the same thing. What is the yearly rate? We have to divide it by 2 semi-annually. We have to divide it by 4 for quarterly, and we have to divide it by 12 for monthly. So in the given question, what is the rate? We are given the 10%. The rate is 10%. So 10 divided by 2. We will write 5%. When we talk about quarterly, so 10 divided by 4 becomes 2.5%. 2.5%. And then 10 divided by 12. It is 0.833%. So 5% was per half year, 2.5% is per quarter, and 0.833 is per month. Okay, so these are the rate of interest when we are talking about the semi-annually, quarterly, or monthly. Got it? So now we will calculate by using the formula semi-annual compounding. So here n becomes 2 multiplied by 2, that is 4, and rate of interest becomes 10 divided by 2, that is 5%. 5 divided by 100. 5 divided by 100. Now amount is equal to principal 2000 into 1 plus. Now 1 plus what? What is the formula? 0.05 to the power of n. N is 4. Now we have to calculate the power 4. See, what is the trick to calculate the power 4? What is the trick to calculate the power 4? You have to type 1.05 multiply and equal to. Just press this button first. 1.05 into equal to. This comes as square. When you press again equal to, only you have to press equal to, it comes as cube, that means power 3. And then again you have to press equal to, it becomes power 4. It becomes power 4. So आपको क्या करना है? 1.05 multiply equal to 3 times आपको equal to press करना है to calculate the power 4. So how much it comes? How much it comes? So यहाँ पे आपको power 4 निकालना है. आपने क्या 1.05 into equal to, this is square, then one more equal to, that is cube, and one more equal to, that is power 4. So this is 1.2155. Multiplying it by 2000, it comes as 2431. 2431. Now what is the conclusion? When we calculated it by compounding annually, we got 2420. And when we solved by compounding, semi-annually, we got 2431. That means semi-annual compounding gives us more interest. Semi-annual compounding gives us more interest. That means there is a difference of 11 rupees. We are earning 11 rupees more. And we are taking the third case now. The third case is quarterly compounding. So n is equal to 2 multiplied by 4. 4 is for the 4 quarters in a year. The time period becomes as 8. Time period is 8. What about I? I becomes 10 by 4. That is 2.5%. So amount is equal to 2000 multiplied by 1 plus I is 2.5 divided by 100 to the power of 8. Now you have to calculate the power 8. So 2000 into 1.025 to the power of 8. Power 8 आप कैसे निकालेंगे? इसी मेथड से जो भी हमने सीखा है. कैलकुलेटर पे आपको टाइप करना है 1.025 into equal to. फर्स्ट टाइम इक्वल टू आपने प्रेस किया, दिस इज पावर 2. 2 टाइम प्रेस करेंगे तो पावर 3 आएगा. थर्ड टाइम करेंगे तो 4 आएगा, देन 5, 6, 7 and then 8. That means आपको 7 times equal to press करना है and you will get the power 8. You will get the power 8. Come on, try this. So it is coming like and the total amount is 2436.8. 2436.8. So in this way, we can calculate it on monthly basis. So this is monthly. Okay, that means, sorry, this is quarterly. So for quarterly, you are earning 5.8 rupees more. For quarterly, you are getting 5.8 rupees more compared to semi-annually. In short, more the conversion period, more the interest we will earn, more the amount we will receive. Okay, so more conversion period, more will be the interest and more will be the amount received. So there is simply the direct relation. Great, you are giving all the correct answers. That's amazing, amazing. Yes, Meghna, your answer is correct. Kanishka is correct. Upasana is correct. Jyoti is correct. Okay, Mr. Pankaj is not getting the answer by using this trick. See, अगर आपके कैलकुलेटर में प्रॉपर फंक्शंस अवेलेबल नहीं है तो आप क्या कर सकते हैं, अपना दूसरा कोई कैलकुलेटर लेकर के सेम चीज ट्राई कर सकते हैं, because this is the simple trick and this trick you have to apply for most of the question at like many of the places. So of course you have to bring that normal calculator. अगर आपके कैलकुलेटर में ये ट्रिक यू वर्क नहीं कर रही है, then you have to bring the other one. Otherwise, this is the most common thing which applies for each and every calculator. And the D part, you can try D part yourself now, because D part में क्या करना है आपको, monthly compounding करना है. We are having the monthly compounding, and for monthly compounding we have to multiply with 12. So 2 multiplied by 12 is 24. So n becomes 24. I becomes 0.00833, and we can apply this. So 2000 multiplied by 1 plus 0.00833 to the power of 24 in the same manner which we did in A, B, and C part. So you will get 2440. So this is the monthly compounding. Okay. So any doubt up till now in this question? Okay, there is a doubt that why we have not taken the power 4. See, we are having 2 years when we are talking about quarterly, and we are given 2 years. So 2 years multiplied by 4 quarters in 1 year. So in total, there are 8 conversion period. That's why we have taken the power 8. Similarly, for monthly, in 1 year, there are 12 months, but we are given 2 years. That's why we are taking the power as 24. And in case of semi-annually, we have taken the power as 4. That is 2 multiplied by 2 is 4. So this is the main concept, the basic concept of compounding. We have discussed this. And now in the next class, that is tomorrow, we will basically discuss the detailed question of compound interest. And after solving the questions from compound interest, we will begin our next topic, that is annuity. Right. So in the next session, we will complete the compound interest first. And after the compound interest, we will start with our next topic, that is annuity. That is again the most important thing. And that is quite a different thing, because we might be familiar with simple interest and compound interest in the lower classes, but annuity is kind of different thing. We will learn different formulas and different concepts into our next class. Okay. So this was our today's session. So, okay, bye-bye everyone. Take care and practice more and more questions today, whether it is of simple interest and compound interest. Okay, so bye-bye. Take care. See you soon. Yes, sir. Hello, everyone, and very good afternoon. Very good afternoon to all. Welcome back to the classes. And in last class, we have started our chapter that is time value of money. In the first session, we had discussed about the simple interest. We did many of the questions based on simple interest, different kind of tricks we discussed. And after that, we started with compound interest. Now, in today's session, what we will learn? In today's session, we will learn about the compound interest in detail. We will do all variety of questions based on the compound interest and how to solve those questions by using our calculator, how to use the calculator tricks. And also, we will continue with the chapter in the next topic, that annuity, right? So, let's continue our topic. In yesterday's class, we discussed basically the formula, like what was the formula for calculation of compound interest and also for calculation of the amount. Let's rewrite that formula first. So the formula was amount is equal to principal multiplied by 1 plus I to the power of n. This formula was for calculation of amount using compound interest formula. And second one was, if we need to calculate the compound interest, what we have to do? We have to deduct principal from amount. We have to deduct principal from amount. So we are just revising the concept which we discussed yesterday. And here we can take common as principal. So it becomes 1 plus I to the power of n minus 1. So these were the formula which we discussed for compound interest, right? Now we are continuing with our next question, that is question number 14, example number 14 from our study material. Example number 14. Okay, so yes, your message is reaching, guys. Rajnandani has messaged, okay. Then Sadhana, Swarnika, Vishnudev, Vijay, Mariam, Moni, Jinu, yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, your message is reaching and we will take your doubts, right? So you guys are asking doubts from exercise 4B. That's great. That's great. That means we have done the questions. We have practiced those questions. That's amazing. We will complete the example first and then we will take your doubts from exercise 4B. Okay. So let's move to the question number, example number 14. Compute the compound interest on rupees 4,000 for 1.5 years at 10% per annum compounded half yearly. See what we are given here. We are given the principal amount, which is rupees 4,000. Time period is given 1.5 year. 10% is the rate of interest, and the most important thing, that is compounded half yearly. So we have to focus on this thing because the compounding is half yearly, and whenever the compounding is half yearly, what we have to do? We have to multiply the time with 2 and we have to divide the rate by 2. We just have to double the time period in order to calculate the number of conversion periods. So all these we discussed in yesterday's class. N becomes 1.5 multiplied by 2, that is 3. So 3 is the conversion period. For I, what we have to do? We have to divide 10% by 2. So it becomes 5%. And principal value is 4,000. It is 4,000. And we have to find out the compound interest, right? So if we apply the formula for amount, we can apply as principal, then multiply by 1 plus I to the power of n. 4,000 is the principal, and in place of I, we can write 5%, that is 0.05 to the power of 3, because the time period is 3. We are having 3 conversion periods. So we can solve this by multiplying. So you have to multiply 1.05 to the power of 3 and then multiply with 4,000. Come on, guys, you can do it fast. Great. You can calculate this 1.05 to the power of 3. And we had discussed the short trick to calculate this. What you have to do? you have to type 1.05 on the calculator and then press multiply and equal to 2 times. You have to press equal to 2 times. So it will come 1.157625. So what is the final result which you are getting? It is 4630.5. This is the amount. If we are supposed to calculate the amount, then this is your answer. But we are supposed to calculate the compound interest. So for calculation of compound interest, we can reduce principal from this figure. So after deducting the principal amount, we are getting 630.5 rupees. So this is the compound interest. Okay. So you have to use all your tricks to calculate the power. So this question we did on the basis of the yesterday's session. Now, in example number 15, now we have to find out some of the missing figures based on this formula only. On what sum will the compound interest at 5% per annum for 2 years compounded annually be 1640? See what we are given here. We are given 5% per annum, that is the rate of interest. 2 years, it is the time period. Compounding is annually, and it will become 1640. So the key figure here is 1640, and this 1640 is nothing but the amount. We are given the amount here, and what we have to calculate? We have to calculate the principal. We have to calculate the principal. So many of the students get confused here, what is given and what we have to find out. So always try to read the question first 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, so that you have clear understanding what is given and what we are supposed to calculate. So principal is required. A is 1640. Then time period we can write as 2 because compounding is annually, and rate of interest is 5%. So applying the formula, we will get our result. So which formula we should apply? Amount. In place of amount, we can write 1640 is equal to principal, then 1 plus I, that is rate of interest, 0.05 to the power of 2. So you have to calculate 1.05 to the power of 2. 1.05 to the power of 2. It comes as 1.1025. And then divided, and then what we have to do? See, now what is required here and what we are supposed to calculate. See, the main thing is here we have to calculate the principal sum, right? So principal is missing here and 1640 is the final amount. So we have to calculate the principal by dividing it. Okay, so how much we will get? Okay, let us understand it one more time. What we are doing here. See, if you are given amount, then compound interest, then principal, and then the rate of interest. The rate of interest is 5%. Rate of interest is 5%. The question said, on what sum will the compound interest at 5% per annum for 2 years compounded annually be 1640? So here the 1640 is what? It is simply the compound interest, because the question said on what sum will compound interest will become 1640. So 1640 is the compound interest, and we are supposed to calculate the principal money. Amount is not given in this question. So we apply the formula for compound interest, that is principal, then 1 plus I to the power of n minus 1. Now we are substituting the values. So it is 1 plus 0.05 to the power of n and then minus 1. Okay. Now n is 2, we can write the time period as 2. So it is 1640 equals to principal, then 1 point, we are getting 1025 minus 1. So finally we get 1640 divided by 0.1025. So the principal amount is 16,000. 16,000 is the principal amount, on which if we calculate for 2 years at the rate of 5%, we will get 1640 as the compound interest. So we can do this question by using the option method also. You can simply select the option and then you can try calculating the compound interest, and by using that you can also solve the question. Then we are moving towards the next question, and the next is, what annual rate of interest compounded annually doubles an investment in 7 years? What annual rate of interest? We are supposed to calculate the annual rate of interest, which is compounding annually, doubles an investment in 7 years. That means amount is getting doubled. Amount is getting doubled. If we are investing 100 rupees, then the amount will become 200. If we are investing 1000 rupees, then the amount will become 2000. So this is the given thing. Then the time period is 7 years. What we are supposed to calculate? We have to find out the rate of interest. We have to find out the rate of interest. So we can write the time as 7 years. Now let the principal be P. If the principal is P, then what is the amount? We know that amount is the double of principal. So amount is equal to 2 times of P. Amount is equal to 2 times of P. Now applying the formula for calculation of amount. So what we get here, 2P is equal to P, then 1 plus I to the power of 7. Now what we can do, we can simply cancel the principal P, and what we got, 2 is equal to 1 plus I to the power of 7. To the power of 7. Now the main thing comes. We must have learned under law of indices chapter, when power gets shifted to other sides. When power gets shifted from right hand side to left hand side, it becomes reciprocal. So we can write this as 2 to the power of 1 by 7 is equal to 1 plus I. We have shifted the power 7 to other side, and when the power is shifted, it gets reciprocal. So 2 to the power of 1 by 7 is equal to 1 plus I. And now the value is given in the question. See, what is 2 to the power 1 by 7? It is already given. It is given as 1.104090. This is the value. And what is on the other side? We are having 1 plus I. So finally, what we get? We are getting 0.104090. This is the rate of interest. And if we have to calculate in terms of percentage, we can simply multiply it by 100 and we will get 10.4%. We will get 10.4%. Okay. So this is the very smallest question, but while we are teaching or while explaining, we can take it 2 minutes or 3 minutes to explain. But such questions are very less time consuming, and you can simply do this in all these calculations in your mind, or simply by taking just 2 steps. You just have to apply the formula, cancel the P, and you are given the value of 2 to the power 1 by 7. Directly, we know that we have to subtract 1 from that, and we will get the value of I. Okay. Now we will move towards question number 18. 17 is a similar kind of question. Of course, you can try this. This is very easy question. And we will try now question number 18. Yes. So what is given in question number 18? Find the rate percent per annum if rupees 2 lakh amount to rupees 2,31,525 in 1.5 years. Interest being compounded half yearly. So what is given in the question. Find the rate. We have to calculate the rate of interest. If 2 lakh amounts to 231, that means principal is 2 lakh. Amount is equal to 2,31,535. Time period is 1.5 years. But what we have to write into the conversion period? So 1.5 multiplied by 2, that is 3. So conversion period will be 3, right? And what else is given? This much only. Now we can apply the formula and we can calculate I. So let's apply the formula here. Amount is equal to principal into 1 plus I to the power of n. We are having amount as 231,525 is equal to principal is 2 lakh. Then 1 plus I to the power of 3. Here the power is 3. Now let's divide them. 231,525 divided by 2 lakh. See what we get by dividing this. You have to divide 231,525 by 2 lakh. So we are getting 1.157625 is equal to 1 plus I to the power of 3. Now what next? What is the next step to do? See, now we can try this part by using hit and trial method. That will be easy for you. Like for example, we are given options 5%, 6%, 7%, and we can simply put this option in place of I and then try to solve. So 1.05 to the power of 3. We have substituted the first option 5%. So what it comes when we try to calculate the power 3, 1.05 into equal to. We are getting 1.157625. That means exactly what we are having on the left hand side. Exactly what we are having on the left hand side. That means this first option is correct. First option is correct. So we have to solve this by using hit and trial method. Okay, perfect. Yes, here Sneha is asking, sir, what is the meaning of conversion period? See, Sneha, we studied yesterday about the conversion period. That is, the compounding is semi-annually. Semi-annually means today is 0 period. After 6 months, whatever interest we have earned, that is getting reinvested. And we will get interest on that money also. Again, after next 6 months, we will what interest we have earned, it will get reinvested, and again after the third time period. That means what is happening here, we are reinvesting the interest which we have earned after every 6 months. So this 3 is the conversion period. 3 times we are compounding the value. Okay. So here the final answer is 5%. Now, next is, I think, the similar kind of question. Yes, you can try that. Now we are moving towards example number 20 first. We are moving towards example number 20 first. So in 21, a person opened an account on April 2001. A person opened an account on April 2001 with a deposit of rupees 800. Like we are depositing rupees 800 into the account. The account paid 6% interest compounding quarterly. Here we are getting interest at the rate of 6% quarterly compounding. On October 1st, 2001, he closed the account and added enough additional money to invest in a 6-month time deposit for rupees 1000. Now, what we have to do after getting that amount, we have to add some money so that it become 1000, and we have to invest 1000 again at the rate of 6% for next 6 months. This is the given case. So we can simplify it. What is happening on 1st of April 2001, we have invested rupees 800. We have invested rupees 800 for how much time? For 6 months, and it is quarterly compounding. After 6 months, that is on for 6 months, we might have got some interest. We got some interest, and what is amount here? We have to make it 1000. We have to make it 1000 by depositing some money, right? We have to make it 1000 by depositing some money. How much money is required here? That is, we have to find it out. So how much additional amount did the person invest on 1st October? This is the first part. Second part says, what was the maturity value of his time deposit on 1st April 2001? That means this 1000, which we are investing on 1st of October, this will mature after 6 months. That is 1/4/2002. Then what is the maturity value? We have to calculate this thing. And also we have to calculate the total interest earned. That is the first interest which we earned up to 1st of October, and remaining interest which we earn on 1st of April. So these two interests also we have to calculate. Let's begin the question. So first of all, we will write the given things. We are giving the principal money as rupees 800, rate of interest as 6% per annum, and we have to compound it as quarterly. So we will divide it by 4. We will get 1.5%. I is 1.5%. Then what about the N? That is the time period. The time period is 6 months. That is half year. But because it is quarterly compounding, we will multiply it by 4. So N becomes 2. N becomes 2. I is 1.5%. Principal is 800. So let's calculate amount and interest. So amount as on 1st October 2001 is equal to principal. We have invested is 1.5% to the power of n, which is 2. So we can simplify this. 800 multiplied by how much it comes? 1.030225. So the amount which we are getting is 824.18. This is the amount which we are getting on 1st of October. And if we talk about the interest, how much interest we have earned here? We have earned 824.18 minus 800. So we have earned 24.18 rupees till 1st of October. And we got the amount as 824. Now, what the first part is asking, first part says how much additional money we need to invest to make this sum as 1000. We have to make this sum as 1000. So how much we are supposed to add? So additional money is equal to 1000 minus 824.18. So how much comes? It comes as 175.82. 175.82. So this is the additional money which we are supposed to invest on 1st of October. so that the final invested amount will become 1000. So this is the answer of first part. Now, what is the second part? That is the maturity value on 1st April 2002. So now we have invested 1000 as the principal value. So P is 1000. What is I? I is again 1.5%, that is per quarter. Time period is 2 conversion period. 2 conversion period. Amount is equal to 1000 multiplied by 1 plus 1.5 upon 100 to the power of 2. So again, we can calculate this thing. 1.015 to the power of 2 and then multiply by 1000. So here we are getting 1030.225. So this is the amount which we are getting on 1st of April 2002. Okay, so this is the answer of the second question. If we are supposed to calculate the interest here, how much interest we have earned in this portion? See, we have invested rupees 1000 and we are getting 1030. So how much interest we have earned? We have earned 30 rupees 0.225. 30.225 rupees. And if we have to calculate the total interest earned, total interest, so earlier we earned 24.18 and now we have got 30.225. On add, see how much we are getting. You can add them and see how much we are getting. So we are getting 54.4 as the total interest. Yes. Great. So many of you are giving the correct answer. Upasna, Chaurasya, Gagandeep, that's great. Okay. Nice. Yes, guys, we will discuss the question from exercise 4D just after completing these examples. Yes, there is a trick to calculate the cube root on calculator. Lakshya. Many of you have asked the question how to calculate the cube root on calculator. Yes, we will discuss this part today, and this is very important and very much relevant for like each and every subject. Wherever we have to find out the cube root or fifth root or seventh root, we will discuss this today. So let's summarize this part again. So in this question, what was given? Now, like I'm explaining this part in Hindi once more, so that those who belong to Hindi area can also easily understand this. So इस क्वेश्चन में हमने क्या किया? 800 रुपीज पहले इन्वेस्ट किए, कितने टाइम पीरियड के लिए? 6 मंथ्स के लिए. कंपाउंडिंग कैसा था? कंपाउंडिंग था क्वार्टरली. कंपाउंडिंग था यहाँ पे क्वार्टरली. रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट गिवन था 6% पर एनम. हमने उसको कन्वर्ट किया क्वार्टरली, दैट इज डिवाइडेड बाय 4, तो कितना आ गया? 1.5% पर क्वार्टर. ये हमने किया. क्वेश्चन ने कहा 800 हमने इन्वेस्ट किया पहले 6 मंथ्स के लिए. उसके बाद जो भी अमाउंट आया 800 समथिंग समथिंग, उसको हमें 1000 बनाना है. तो 1000 बनाना है तो कितना पैसा उसमें ऐड करें 1000 बन जाए. तो हमने 800 के ऊपर कैलकुलेट किया इंटरेस्ट एंड अमाउंट आ गया 824. 824 को अगर 1000 बनाना है तो हमें कितना रुपए उसमें ऐड करने पड़ेंगे? तो हमने कैलकुलेट किया और वो आ गया 175.82. इतना पैसा हमें और इन्वेस्ट करना पड़ेगा. अभी देखो हमारा प्रिंसिपल कितना बन गया? 1000 बन गया. अब 1000 को हमें फिर से क्या करना है? इन्वेस्ट करना है. कितने टाइम पीरियड के लिए? 6 मंथ्स के लिए. आफ्टर 6 मंथ्स वो कितना बन गया? 6 महीने के बाद में यही फिगर बन गया 1030 रुपीज. So this was the second part. And third part में क्या पूछा है कि टोटल कितना हमने इंटरेस्ट अर्न किया? 24 rupees and something paisa from the first part and 30 rupees and some paisa from the second part. On adding we get 54.5 rupees. This is the total interest which we have earned. right? This was example number 21st. Now the next topic is what? Effective rate of interest. Effective rate of interest. This is a very much practical kind of topic, right? So this is a very practical kind of topic. You might have seen some pamphlets by banks. Like there is some bank, any of the name XYZ bank is there, and that is offering some investment opportunities for you. And sometimes they offers like you will get 9% interest. You will get 9% interest, and on that there is some star marked. So, and when we check the star mark, it is terms and conditions applied, or it is the effective rate. Star means it is the effective rate. How is effective different from the normal rate? How is effective rate different from the normal rate? So let us understand this concept by taking the simple example. See, if we are having rupees 10,000, if we are having rupees 10,000, and if we invest it into bank at the rate of 6% per annum, right? So how much interest will get after 1 year? After 1 year, if it is compounding annually, we are taking the first case. We are calculating it as compounding annually. So when we talk about compounding annually, we will get 1000 into 1 plus 0.06 to the power of 1. See how much we get? 10,600 is the amount. This is the amount which we will get after the end of 1 year. So how much is the interest portion? We are getting 10,600 minus 10,000, that is rupees 600 as the interest. 600 is the interest. Now see the second case. What is happening? If we are compounding it semi-annually, if we are compounding it semi-annually, then what happens? The rate becomes half. We have to divide the rate 6 upon 2. It will become 3%. And the conversion period will get doubled because we are having 2 times compounding in 1 year. So n will become as 2. So applying the same formula again, 10,000, then 1 plus 0.03 to the power of 2. Now, how much we are getting? 1.03 to the power of 2. It is 10,000 multiplied by 1.0609. So now we are getting 10,609. We are getting 10,609. So there is some difference in the rate of interest. How much is the difference? See, earlier we were earning 600 rupees as the interest, and now we are earning 10,609 minus 10,000. Now we are earning 609 rupees. That means we are earning something extra now. And whenever we are earning something extra, that means we are getting more rate of interest, getting more interest. Yes, guys. Now, see what happens if we are calculating the rate of interest. So if we calculate the rate of interest, we are getting 609 divided by 10,000 multiplied by 100. Now see how much we are getting. 609 divided by 10,000 multiplied by 100. So how much we are getting? Come on guys, you can comment and let me know. Yes, we are getting 6.09%. 6.09%. So earlier we were getting 6% and now we are getting 6.09. That means 6.09 is nothing but the effective rate of interest. That means effectively we are getting 6.09%. Like if it is compounding annually, we are getting 600 rupees at the end of 1 year. But when it is like compounding semi-annually, we are getting 609 rupees. That means 6.09% is the rate of interest. And if we move forward, if we move towards compounding quarterly, we will get some more rate of interest. The rate of interest will begin to rise. If we compound on a monthly basis, it will again rise. So in this way, we have to calculate the effective rate of interest. Now, what is the shortest way to calculate the effective rate of interest? We can simply calculate it by applying a simple formula. That is, effective rate is equal to 1 plus I to the power of n minus 1. Is equal to 1 plus I whole to the power of n minus 1. And by using this formula, we can calculate the effective rate. Now, how to apply this formula? Let's understand this with example number 22. Yes, great. Many of you have given the correct answer. That's great. Good going. So example number 22. Rupees 5,000 is invested in term deposit scheme. It fetches interest 6% per annum compounded quarterly. What will be the interest after 1 year? So we have to calculate the interest. Then also we have to calculate the effective rate of interest. So two things we are supposed to calculate. So what is the principal amount? 5,000 is the principal. Rate of interest, हिंदी में कहेंगे ब्याज की दर कितनी है? 6% per annum, and we have to calculate it on quarterly basis. So we are dividing it by 4, that is 1.5% per quarter. Per quarter will be 1.5%. Okay, so let's calculate the interest. For compound interest, our formula is principal multiply by 1 plus I to the power of n minus 1. So how much is the principal? It is 5,000. Then 1 plus 1.5 upon 100 to the power of how much is the time period? See, the time period is 1 year. 1 year multiplied by 4 quarters. So we have to apply 4 as the n and then minus 1. Let's solve this. So how much we are getting? We are getting interest as 306.82. We were supposed to calculate this rate of interest. This interest amount. So this is the first part. Now the second thing which we are supposed to calculate is the effective rate of interest. Here we can calculate the effective rate by using two methods. So first one is C. Interest amount 306.82 divided by the principal and then multiply it by 100. Amount of interest divided by principal and then multiplying it by 100. We are getting 6.136%. 6.136%. This which we are getting. Now, what is the next method to calculate? That is by using the formula which we discussed right now. 1 plus I power of n minus 1. We are simply using this formula. See what happens. 1 plus. Here, what we have to write, I, if it is compounding quarterly, you have to apply that thing first, and after that, you have to write out the rate of interest. The rate of interest is 1.5%, that is 0.015 to the power of 4, and then minus 1. minus 1. So see what you are getting. We are getting 1.0636 minus 1. So finally, it is 0.0613 or 6.136%. So in this manner, we have to calculate the effective rate of interest. So it will be always more than the normal rate of interest. If the normal rate of interest is 6%, if the normal rate of interest is like 6%, then we will get effective rate more than 6%, right? We will always get the effective rate as more than 6%. Okay. So this was question number 22nd. Let's try one more question, one more example. After that, we will move towards our exercise 4B. So which is better investment? 3% year compounded monthly or 3.2% per year simple interest. Now we are having two options. We have to decide which one is better for us. Which one is better for us? So first option is what? First option is we can invest at the rate of 3% per annum and it is compounding monthly. Second one is 3.2% per year, but on simple interest, no compounding. Here, what we have to do, we can simply calculate the effective rate of interest. If we are compounding it on monthly basis, we will get return more than 3%. But how much? But how much we will get? So we have to calculate the effective rate here first. So let's calculate the effective rate. E is equal to 1 plus I to the power of n minus 1. So we can write as 1 plus. It is 3% right now annum. We have to break it into per quarter. So 3 divided by 12. That is 0.25% it is. We can write it as 0.0025. This is I. 0.0025 to the power of. Now, what is the time period? 1 year. And the conversion periods are 12 because we are compounding on monthly basis. So it is 12. So we have to write 12 here. Now let's solve this. 1.0025 to the power of 12. We are getting 1.0304 minus 1. So what is the rate of interest? 3.04%. This is the effective rate of interest. So when we invest in first option, 3% per year compounding monthly, the effective rate is 3.4%. And when we compare it with simple interest and effective rate both are exactly the same because there is no compounding. So finally, we will get only 3.2% in the simple interest. So that will not change. So on comparing these two options, which one is greater? Which one is favorable for us? So of course, 3.2% is favorable for us. It is more than 3.04%. Hence, we will go for simple interest. We will go for simple interest because that is fetching us more income, more earning. Yes, guys. So some of you are asking the questions. Let's see what are your questions. Yes, they have given the answers. Yes, you are getting the correct answer. Great. Yes, Muskan is asking, is effective rate of interest is obtaining the rate of simple interest to get the value which we have obtained from compound interest? Yes. Yes, Muskan. We are calculating that amount so that we can make it comparable with the simple interest. We have to make the amount comparable with simple interest. That's why we are calculating the effective rate of interest. Right, you are correct. Like for example, if you are investing rupees 100 and the rate is like 3% per annum compounded monthly, but we are not getting interest only 3, we are getting interest as 3.04, more than 3, and on simple interest we are getting 3.2. So for making it comparable, we are calculating effective rate by using the compound formula, right? So in this case, 3.2 is a better option. Okay. So now we are having some questions from exercise 4th of B. We are taking questions from exercise 4th B, and many of the students are asking some question. So let us mark those questions and we will discuss those questions. Someone asked the question number 6. Then 6 is most common question. Great. Then question number 4 is asked. Okay. Then we are having okay. So let's begin this exercise. First of all, we are going on the question number 4. We are moving towards question number 4. A machine is depreciated at the rate of 20% on reducing balance. This type of question you might have heard in your accountancy part. A machine is depreciated at the rate of 20% on reducing balance, that is WDB method. The original cost of the machine was rupees 1 lakh and its ultimate scrap value was 30,000. Ultimate scrap value is 30,000. The effective life of the machine is what we are supposed to calculate. We have to find out the effective life of the machine. What is the effective life of asset? We have to calculate that. Okay, so let's do this. So cost of asset or cost of machine is rupees 1 lakh. Rate of depreciation is 20% WDV, and scrap value is 30,000. So in short, what we have to do? We have to depreciate our machinery. We have to depreciate our machinery up to where? Up to the value of 30,000. So how much time it will take to come down the value till 30,000, right? That means हमें क्वेश्चन में गिवन है एक मशीन और मशीन के ऊपर हमें लगाना है डेप्रिसिएशन, और डेप्रिसिएशन कब तक लगाना है? जब तक उसकी वैल्यू 30,000 नहीं हो जाए। तो 1 लाख से वैल्यू 30,000 कितने टाइम पीरियड में होगी? दिस वी आर सपोज टू कैलकुलेट। ये टाइम पीरियड हमें बताना है कि ये मशीन 3 इयर्स में, 5 इयर्स में, 7 इयर्स में कितना टाइम लेगी 30,000 रुपीज की वैल्यू आने तक। तो हमें मशीन को रिड्यूस करते करते 30,000 पर लेकर के आना है। सो व्हाट वी कैन डू हियर, सी just type 1 lakh on your calculator, and for first year you can minus 20%. You have to reduce 20%, right? So you can type 1 lakh minus 20%. So how much it comes? 80,000. What is 80,000? It is WDV at the end of year 1. WDV at the end of year 1. Again, for second year, we have to reduce 20%. How much it comes? 80,000 minus 20%. It comes 64,000. Again, deducting 20%. For third year, we are getting 51,200. For fourth year, again, we are deducting 20%. We are getting 40,960. Still, we have not reached 30,000. So we will continue deducting 20%. So again, we have deducted 20%. So how much got? 32,768. See, now we are close to 30,000. Let's try one more time. Minus 20% once again. This time we are getting 26,214. 26,214 this time we are getting, right? Now, after how many years we are getting the value 30,000? So we can check here. At the end of year 5, the written down value of the machinery is 32,768. At the end of 6 years, the written down value is 26,214. That means our answer lies between 5th and 6th year. It will take 5 point something years. Now, what is that something? How to calculate that something portion? So that we will understand now. See, we have to reach 30,000. So how to reach this 30,000? Simple average calculation we have, which we did in the lower classes. So we are simply following that. So what we are doing, 5th year plus, that means 5 years completed. For 6th year, we have to calculate that proportion. So at the end of 5th year, we are having 32,768 as the value. We have to reach up to 30,000. And what is the difference of 5th year and 6th year? This is the value of 5th year, and 26,214 is the value of 6th year. We have to take the difference and then divide. See what happens. 5th plus 2768 divided by how much we are getting? 6,554. 2768 divided by 6,554. So we are getting 5.42 years. We are getting 5.42 years. That means after applying depreciation for 5.42 years, the WCV of machinery will come to rupees 30,000. So this is the exact answer, right? So this is the exact answer. So we can understand the last portion once more. Like in 5th year, we are getting 32,768. In 6th year, we are getting 26,000, but we have to reach up to 30,000. So that will be between 5th and 6th. So we have taken the 5th year here. Now we have taken the difference amount, like where we have to reach 30,000. Then what is the value for the whole 1 year? 32,768 minus 26,214. So proportionately, we have to calculate how much time it will take to reach 30,000. So finally, we are getting 5.42 years. So this is the final answer, right? So now, how much time you will take to solve this kind of question? So you have to simply do it on your calculator. Just do minus 20%, minus 20%, and so on, and you will get very easily. It will take hardly 1 minute to solve this kind of question. It will not take more than 1 minute because you don't have to write each and every step. I'm explaining why I'm writing each and every step, but in your examination, you have to write simply 2 figures, like the 5th figure and the 6th year figure, so that you can calculate the proportion. Otherwise, you don't have to write anything. You can do everything on your calculator. So this was question number 4, and we have got the answer as option number B, 5.4 years approximately. Now, Question number 6. The population of town increases every year by 2% of the population at the beginning of that year. See what this line is saying. Every year the population of a town is getting increased by 2%. And 2% of what? So 2% of the beginning population. Like for example, if we are having 100 persons in the town, next year there will be increase of 2%. It will become 102. And then in next year, we will get 2% of 102. So 2% will be added in 102. It will become 104.04. And then again in the third year, we have to add 2% of 104.04. So in this manner, the population is getting increased. In this manner, the population is getting increased, right? Like what is the opening balance of population? There is a hike, there is an increment of 2% on that. So how many years it will take to increase the population up to 40%? That means अगर population 40% से बढ़ रही है तो कितना time लगेगा so that it will reach to this part? So we are given some figures into this question, so let's solve it by the simple math. Let the population in beginning be 100. We have taken the population in beginning as 100. Every year there is a rise of 2%. Every year there is a rise of 2%. That means what we have to do, we have to simply apply the formula 1 plus I to the power of n. 1 plus I to the power of n. And it should become how much? If the population is 100 now, it should become 140 because there is an increment of 40%. So 100 plus 40%, that means 140. So it should reach 140. Right? So how much time it will take to reach to 140? So we can write here 1 plus 0.02 to the power of n. And it should reach 140%. Or we can write it by as 140 by 100. Okay, so 140% or like 140 by 100. Now you have to try this on your calculator. What you have to try? 1.02 into equal to. You have to press equal to. कब तक equal to press करना है? जब तक आपकी स्क्रीन पे 1.40 फिगर नहीं आ जाए तब तक आपको equal to press करना है, उसकी पावर को कैलकुलेट करना है. Let's begin on the calculator. Start doing this. 1.02. You have typed it on your calculator, right? And then press multiply and equal to. So it is the square. Then power 3, power 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I have calculated the power 17. Power 17. 1.02 to the power 17 is equal to 1.400. 1.00. That means number of years comes out as 17 years. It will take 17 years to increase the population by 40%. 17 साल लगेंगे population को 40% बढ़ने में. Okay. Again, there is one query about the calculator. Your scientific calculator is not allowed in your examination. Only 12 digits, 6 basic functions. That is only allowed in your examination. Correct. Most of you are getting the correct answer. That's great. That's going. So in this way, you can apply the method of your calculator. So it is very easy. You don't have to write any of the steps here, and the complete question is done on your calculator. So this is question number 6. Now we are doing the most important concept here. That is question number 7. Question number 7. The difference between compound interest and simple interest on certain sum of money invested for 3 years at 6% per annum is 110.16. The principal is. We have to find out the principal. So what we are given in the question? We are given the difference. Difference of what? We are given the difference of simple interest and compound interest. For how many years? 3 years. At what rate of interest? 6% per annum. How much is the difference? The difference is 110.16. 110.16. And we have to find out the principal. Let us understand in the simplest manner. See, we are doing question number 7. So if we take rupees 100, let us assume amount invested as rupees 100. If we are investing rupees 100, so we are having the rate of interest as 6% per annum. 6% per annum, and the time period is 3 years. If we follow the simple interest, how much interest we will earn? How much interest we will earn in 3 years? So 100 multiplied by 6% multiplied by 3 years. How much interest we are earning? We are getting 18 rupees in totality in 3 years. When we are talking about the simple interest, we are getting 18 rupees. Or we can say how much in terms of percentage. So 18 divided by the principal multiplied by 100, that is overall 18%. Right? Because in 1 year, we are getting 6%. In 2 years, we will get 12%. In 3 years, we will get overall 18%. We can simply calculate it by multiplying it with 3, but I'd explain in overall manner. So when we are talking about simple interest, it is 6% per annum. So for 3 years, we are getting 18%. We can say 0.18. Okay. Now let's check for the compound interest. What about the compound interest? In compound interest, we will get 1 plus 6% to the power of 3. How much we are getting? 1 plus I to the power of n. So 1.06 to the power of 3. And then minus 1, because we are calculating the compound interest. So we are deducting minus 1. So now we are getting 0.191016. 0.18 was the simple interest, that is 18%. 0.191016 is the compound interest, that is 19.10%. 19.10%. Now, what is the difference? What is the difference? Difference between compound interest and simple interest. It is 0.191016 minus 0.18. So how much is the difference? It is 0.0111016. So this is the difference in terms of rate, we can say. This is the difference in terms of rate of interest. Now, the question has already given the difference in terms of amount. Difference in amount of interest. It is how much? 110.16. 110.16. So how much is the principal? So for principal, we can divide the interest, 110.16 divided by the difference in rate, divided by the difference in rate. See how much we are getting. 110.16 divided by 0.011016. So we are simply getting 10,000 rupees. We are getting simply 10,000 rupees. So this is the first method to solve such kind of question. So here in this question, we were given the difference between the simple interest and compound interest, that was 110 rupees. So we have calculated the difference in their rate of interest. How we calculated that? That simple interest, we are getting 6% per annum. In 3 years, we will get 18%, that is 0.18. And for compound interest, overall, we are getting 0.191016. Now, what we did, finally divided amount of interest, difference in interest divided by difference in interest. This 110 is the difference in interest in terms of amount, and the denominator one is also the difference in interest, but in terms of rate. And by dividing these two, we simply get the principal. So this is the first method. And second method is always the hit and trial method. We can apply the rate on the given options. Like we are given different options like 3,000, 10,000, 12,000. You can apply the given rate on those options. See, if we solve it by option method, if we have chosen principal as 10,000, how much simple interest we will get? 10,000 multiplied by 6% and then multiply for 3 years. We will get 1,800 as the simple interest. And what about the compound interest? We will get 10,000 into 1 plus 6% to the power of 3 and then minus 1. So we will get here 1910.16. This much interest we will earn by applying the compound interest formula. And the difference, now the difference comes as 1910.16 minus 1,800, that is 110.16. So we can do this by option method also. So it is our choice. Whatever feels comfortable for us, we can apply it in our examination. Okay. So there is one simple question: why we are dividing the interest? See, whenever we are dividing the two similar things, but in different terms, one is in terms of amount and second one is in terms of rate, we will directly get the principal amount. So that is the short way to calculate the principal value. So that's why we have divided that thing. So this was question number 7. Now question number 8 is, I think, similar question to what we did in question number 4. It is a kind of machinery question. Life is given, cost is given, and you have to simply calculate the scrap value at the end of the life. So it is a very simple question, which we normally do in accounts, WDV, written down value method. So let's take some different question. Let's see what is the demand. Which question student want? Okay. Someone is asking for question number 3. Harshit. Harshit is asking for question number 3. Yes, Harshit. We will try 3 also. The question number 3 says, let's do question number 3. The effective rate of interest corresponding nominal rate 3% per annum payable half yearly is. You have to calculate the effective rate of interest. That means 1 plus I to the power of n minus 1. So what is I? I is 3% per annum, but we have to calculate it on half yearly basis. So divide 3% by 2. So we have 1.5%. 1.5% to the power of how much? No time is given, so simply you have to take 1 year. That means 2 conversion period will be there in a year. 1 year, that means 2 conversion period, and then minus 1. You can solve this. 1.015 to the power of 2 and minus 1. So we are getting 0.030225. That is 3.0225%. Option number C. C option is correct. Great. So there is a demand for question number 13 and 14. 13 and 14 we will do right now. These are again some interesting questions. Let's read question number 13 first. The annual birth and death rates per thousand are 39.4 and 19.4 respectively. So we are given the birth rate and death rate. Birth rate means number of birth per thousand of population. So here we are given there are 39.4 births per thousand of population. If we want, we can convert it into percentage. So we can write it as birth rate is equal to 39.4 per thousand. Per thousand. So if we remove 1 0, it becomes 3.94 per 100. Per 100 means it is percent. So basically birth rate in terms of percentage, we can say it as 3.94%. Similarly, death rate, it is 19.4 per thousand. That means 1.94 per 100. Per 100 means percent. So 1.94%. Now what does this mean? Birth rate and death rate. Birth rate means number of persons are coming. कितने लोग पैदा हो रहे हैं. So it is 3.94%. और वापस कितने लोग जा रहे हैं, कितने की डेथ हो रही है, 1.94%. मतलब इन शॉर्ट हम अगर समझते हैं 3.94 लोग आ रहे हैं, 1.9 आर गोइंग. कितने लोग जा रहे हैं, तो कितने लोग यहाँ पर इकट्ठे हो रहे हैं, कितने एक्यूमुलेशन बढ़ रहा है. So we are accumulating 2% of population every year. The population is getting increased every year by 2%. So the difference here is 2%. So birth rate is more, death rate is less. That means the overall population is increasing by the rate of 2%. So this is now similar question to what we did in the question number 6. Yes. Now it becomes similar to 6th question. So what this is asking, the number of years in which the population will get doubled, assuming there is no immigration or emigration. Immigration and emigration means कि इंडिया से कोई बाहर नहीं जाएगा और बाहर वाला कोई पर्सन इंडिया के अंदर नहीं आएगा, तो हमें बताना है कि हमारी इंडिया की पॉपुलेशन कितनी होगी. तो ये हमें क्वेश्चन ने पूछा है. तो दिस इज द रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ क्वेश्चन. तो क्वेश्चन ने बोला कितने टाइम में डबल हो जाएगा. अगर पॉपुलेशन 1 है तो 2 कितने टाइम में हो जाएगी, 100 है तो 200 होने में कितना टाइम लगेगा, 1000 है तो 2000 होने में कितना टाइम लगेगा, हाउ मच टाइम इट विल टेक. So simply we have to apply this formula. 1 plus I the power of n is equal to, double करना है हमें, that is 2 times करना है, equal to हमने रख दिया 2. Now we are having I as 2%, 1.02 to the power of n equal to 2. Now again what you have to do, you have to type 1.02 into equal to. इक्वल टू कब तक प्रेस करेंगे, जब तक आपके पास स्क्रीन पे 2 नहीं आ जाए. जब तक आपके पास स्क्रीन पे 2 नहीं आ जाए तब तक आपको इक्वल टू प्रेस करना है. अभी देखिए कितना आपको स्क्रीन पे दिख रहा है, 1.999. मैंने 35 पावर निकाला. मैंने पावर कितना निकाला 35 and I am getting 1.999 and when I press one more time I am getting 2.039. 2.039. So which one is closer to 2? 1.999 is closer to 2 or 2.039 is closer to 2? So of course we know that 1.999 is closer to 2. So it will take 35 years to double the population. It will take 35 years to double the population. Great. Great, guys. You are giving correct answer, but some of you have given 17. No, 17 is not the answer for this question. That was for the previous one. That is question number 6. Here the final answer is 35 years. That's great. So 1.02 multiply equal to and 1. कब तक करना है? जब तक आपको स्क्रीन पे 2 नहीं मिल जाता है तब तक करना है. So this was the question number 13. Now, more queries are there. That is question number 9. We will see to it. Let's come to question number 14 first. Question number 14. The compound interest on rupees 4,000 for 6 months at 12% per annum payable quarterly is. See, we have to calculate compound interest on what sum? On 4,000. So 4,000 is the principal. 4,000 is the principal. Timing is 6 months and payable quarterly. So payable quarterly means it is compounding quarterly. It is compounding quarterly. So whenever it is compounding quarterly, you have to take care for a calculation on n. What you will write in place of n? N is 6 months. 6 months means half year. And because it is quarterly, you have to multiply it by 4. So n will become 2. So for question number 14, you will use n is equal to 2. There are 2 conversion periods because compounding is on quarterly basis. First 3 months and then next 3 months. So there are 2 conversion period, n is equal to 2. And what about the rate of interest? 12% is per annum. But for per quarter, we have to divide it by 4. So it will become 3% per quarter. Right? Now you can apply these values, substitute these values in the formula. You will get the answer. So this thing was different. So I think your query is solved. Yes, cube root की trick बताइए सब. Yes, अभी करते हैं. Don't worry. And also, yes, 35 it is correct. No, 25 is not the correct answer. VCH Rakshit, you can check it again. Correct answer is 35. And there is one more doubt, that is question number 12. Yes. Let's move towards the question number 12. 12 says the difference between the simple interest and compound interest on rupees 2,400 for 2 years at 5% per annum. So this time you have to calculate the difference. Like if you are investing 2,400 rupees on simple interest and on the basis of compound interest, and how much difference of interest you will get. So it is very easy. You can simply do it on your calculator. See what you have to do on your calculator. You can try this completely on your calculator. See, 2,400 is the principal. Multiply by 1 plus I to 1 plus 0.05 to the power of 2 and then minus 1. You can do this on your calculator. See, I'm doing here. 1.05 into equal to. This is for 2 years, then minus 1 and then equal to. Multiplied with 2,400. I'm getting 246 as the interest. I'm getting 246 as the interest, and you can press M plus memory plus button into your calculator. memory plus button into the calculator. Now we have to calculate simple interest. So 2400 multiplied by 5% multiplied by 2 years. Do it on your calculator. 2400 multiply by 5% and then multiply by 2 years. How much you are getting? 240. And now you have to calculate the difference. So press M minus. So when you got 240, you have pressed M minus. Now check the result by pressing the button MRC. I've pressed the button MRC and the result is on the screen, that is rupees 6. There is a difference of rupees 6. You have completed this question within 30 seconds on your calculator. You don't have to write anything on the paper. No rough work is required here. So you can try this trick in most of the question, in many of the questions. It is very, very easy. Just you need to do some practice and you will become pro into it. Okay, so this was question number 12. Okay, one more query I'm getting by Dhavla. Yes, Dhavla, this is you want me to solve question number 9. I'm taking last question from this exercise. After that, we will move towards our next topic, which is annuity. So the effective rate of interest corresponding a nominal rate of 7% per annum convertible quarterly is. See, again, here we have to calculate the effective rate of interest. Okay, so 7% is per annum. You have to divide it by 4 for making it quarterly. So 7 divided by 4 is how much? 1.75%. Now you can do this question completely on your calculator, right? How you have to do? 1.0175. What about the time period? When nothing is given, the time period is taken as 1 year. 1 year means 4 quarters. So 4 is the conversion period. You have to calculate the power 4 into equal to, and then simply minus 1. So you are getting the result as 7.18%. That means you are getting the result as 0.0718, and if you multiply it by 100, you will get your result in terms of percentage. That is 7.18%. This complete question again we can do on our calculator. So please don't get confused with the effective rate formula. For effective rate, you have to compute I first in terms of quarterly or semi-annually, whatever is given. You have to compute N according to the information given, and then simply apply the formula. So this was the main topic, compound interest. Now we are moving towards the next topic, which is annuity. So let us understand the term annuity. What is annuity? Let's begin with a simple example. If you might have observed your parents while transacting something, or if you have seen their bank statement or bank accounts, you might have observed somewhere like there is one single amount which is getting deducted each and every month from the bank account. For example, you might have seen in the bank statement of your father or mother, like 5,000 is getting deducted every month, in first month, in second month, in third month, and so on. Every month, 5,000 is getting deducted and getting deposited in some place. Or you might have seen some kind of figure like 32,933 rupees in first month, also for second month, also for third month, and so on. So whenever we are having same amount of payment with same amount of interval, that is known as annuity. So why this kind of payment is there? So the second example which we have taken, that represents a home loan or installment of any of the asset which we might have purchased, right? Now let me explain some of the things in Hindi also. अगर हमने एक घर बनाना है, अगर हमें एक घर कंस्ट्रक्ट करना है, घर को कंस्ट्रक्ट करने के लिए हम मान लेते हैं नॉमिनल अमाउंट 50 लाख रुपए में चाहिए, 50 लाख रुपीज आर रिक्वायर्ड। अब 50 लाख रुपीज हमें चाहिए, तो कई बार हमारे पास 50 लाख रुपीज अवेलेबल नहीं होता है। हम क्या करते हैं, हम देखते हैं हमारा सेविंग्स, देखते हैं बैलेंस, देखते हैं कितना बैलेंस है। हमने देखा ओके 20 लाख तो हमारे पास बैलेंस अवेलेबल है, सो कितना बाकी है, हाउ मच इज रिक्वायर्ड नाउ, 30 लाख इज रिक्वायर्ड। तो अभी 30 लाख हम कहां से लेकर के आएंगे? सो वी मूव टुवर्ड्स बैंक, हम बैंक के पास जाते हैं, हम बैंक के पास जाते हैं और बैंक बोलते हैं कि हम एक ये हाउस बना रहे हैं, मकान बना रहे हैं एंड वी नीड 30 लाख ऑफ लोन। ओके, बैंक कहते हैं कि आप अपने डॉक्यूमेंट सबमिट करें और हम आपको लोन प्रोवाइड कर देंगे। तो बैंक हमें क्या करती है, 30 लाख का लोन अप्रूव कर देती है और हमारे पास वो पेमेंट आ जाता है, राइट। तो जितना भी पेमेंट था 50 लाख का, वो हमने हाउस को कंस्ट्रक्ट करने में पूरा स्पेंड कर दिया। नाउ व्हाट हैपेंस एवरी मंथ, हमें हर मंथ बैंक क्या बोलेगी, आपने 30 लाख रुपीज तो ले लिया, अभी आप वापस कैसे दोगे उसे? तो बैंक क्या करती है, ईएमआई चार्ज करती है। ईएमआई मींस every month installment. Bank charges EMI, so we are supposed to pay each and every month the same amount. Like बैंक ने डिसाइड कर लिया आपको हर महीने 32,933 रुपीज पे करना है on the fixed date, like 10th of every month. So 10th of January we are paying this, 10th of February we are paying this, 10th of March we are paying this. So every month we are paying this. So this is simply the example of annuity. Similarly, we are Indians and we are also having some habit of savings. We always try to save small amount of money, small amount of money, so that it can become a large amount of fund when we require in future. So we normally go for RDs. Do you know what is RD? Do you know what is RD? RD means recurring deposit. RD means recurring deposit. That means every month or every quarter or every year we are depositing some amount. एक अमाउंट है जो हम हर महीने डिपॉजिट कर रहे हैं, like 5,000 rupees for 2 years, 4 years, 5 years, 10 years, whatever may be the time period. And after the end of time period, we will get the whole sum of money. So this continued deposition of money is the recurring deposit, and this is what we call as annuity, right? So let us understand more by reading some of the key lines. So to be called as annuity, a series of payment or receipt must have following features, right? So in annuity, there are a series of payment, continuous payments, or it can be receipt also. It can be receipt also, it can be payment also. So what must be the features? Amount paid or received must be constant. The first feature is the constant amount. Every year the amount must be same. Every month the amount must be same. Like 2,000 every month, 5,000 every month, yeah, 10,000 every month. The amount must remain constant over the period of annuity. Similarly, the time interval between the two consecutive payment or receipt must be the same. The time gap must be the same. Like gap can be monthly gap, or the quarterly gap, or the quarterly gap. Whatever is the gap, it must remain constant in the whole tenure. So let's check the table 4.1. There is table 4.1, and we are given at the end of year 1, we are paying 5,000. At the end of year 2, 6,000. In third year 4, then 5,000, and then 7,000. Can we call this table as annuity? क्या इस पेमेंट्स को, इस सीरीज ऑफ पेमेंट को हम एन्युटी कह सकते हैं or not? Is this annuity? No, this is not the annuity. Why not? कौन सा फीचर मिसिंग है? Here the payments are unequal. Here the amount is unequal. So because of this, this is not regarded as annuity. Let's check 4.2 table. क्या 4.2 table annuity है? First year 5,000, second year 5,000, there is nil, then 5 and 5. Only 1 year data is missing. That means हमने थर्ड ईयर में पेमेंट नहीं किया या पेमेंट नहीं मिला, and for the rest of the years it is constant. Will this be annuity? No, again, this is not the annuity because 1 year we missed, so this is not the annuity. And let's check the third table. Every year we are paying equal amount every year. So time gap between the years is same, amount is also constant. So 4.3 is the example of annuity. 4.3 is the example of annuity, right? So this is correct. There is one question: what is the difference between FD and RD? This question is asked by Mr. Jinu. Yes. See, FD means we are depositing lump sum money. Only one time we are depositing. Like we are having 1 lakh rupees in hand today. We went to bank and deposited 1 lakh rupees for say 3 years at the rate of 7% per annum. That's it. We are not supposed to deposit 1 lakh rupees every month, every year, because this is fixed deposit. But what happens in recurring deposit? We have to deposit on equal interval of time. We have taken monthly for rupees 1,000. So every month we have to deposit 1,000 every month. First month, second month, third month, and so on. Up to this date, up to the tenure of RD. So in RD, there is a series of payment, but in FD, there is single payment. So this is the difference. So this RD is basically regarded as annuity. RD means recurring deposit. तो बार बार deposit होता है. That is simply annuity. Great. Now we can divide this annuity into two parts. Annuity can be divided into two parts. First one is annuity regular. What this regular means? Regular means the first payment received will be at the end of the period. This is the most important thing which we need to understand. What is the difference between annuity regular and annuity due? Right? So you need to pay some more attention here. Whenever we are talking about annuity regular, that means we have to pay from the end of the period. We have to pay from the end of the period, or we will receive at the end of the period. So whenever we are talking about this end of the period, it means annuity regular. The simple example is the home loan. Abhi home loan ka example liya, like we took a loan of 30 lakhs rupees and the installment was 32,933. तो आज बैंक ने आपको लोन दिया, तो बैंक क्या आपको हाथों हाथ आज ही बोल सकती है क्या, भैया पहली इंस्टॉलमेंट लेकर आओ 32,933, इधर 30 लाख रुपीस दिया, और बैंक बोलेगी हाथों हाथ 32,000 रुपए लेकर के आ जाओ? इज दैट केस? नो. हमें फर्स्ट इंस्टॉलमेंट कब पे करना होगा? एट द एंड ऑफ 1 मंथ. जब 1 महीना पूरा हो जाएगा, उसके बाद हमें फर्स्ट इंस्टॉलमेंट पे करना है. आज पे नहीं करना है. वी आर नॉट सपोज्ड टू पे इट टुडे. We are supposed to pay at the end of 1 month, then after the end of 2nd month, after 3rd month, after 4th month, and so on. That is known as annuity regular. Then second part is annuity due. Annuity due, also known as annuity immediate. Now, what do you understand by the term annuity immediate? What is annuity immediate? Immediate means abhi, hato hath, just now. So we have to make the payment just now, today itself. That means the beginning of the period. We have to pay at the beginning of the period, or we will receive in the beginning of the period. That is known as annuity due or annuity immediate. So first payment or receipt in the first period. That means the starting of the period. So here we can take again the example of like RD, recurring deposit. जैसे हमने अगर बैंक को बोला आई वांट टू ओपन अकाउंट, ओके, बैंक ने बोला ठीक है, कितने का ओपन करना है, वी से लाइक 1000 रुपीज पर मंथ, ओके। बैंक क्या बोलेंगे, पैसा आज लेकर आओ, ऑफकोर्स हमें अकाउंट खोलना है तो 1000 रुपीज आज से ही देना पड़ेगा। क्या हम बैंक को बोल सकते हैं आज आप अकाउंट खोल दो, हम पैसा आपको 1 महीने के बाद देंगे, आफ्टर 1 मंथ देंगे? क्या पॉसिबल है? नो, it is not possible here. We have to pay immediately. As soon as we open RD account, we have to pay the first installment immediately. So this is annuity due or annuity immediate. So let us read this. Annuity regular. The first payment or receipt takes place at the end of first period. This is the table. Here what is mentioned, year end. Year end. If the payment is on yearly basis, we are at the end of the year. At the end of first year, end of second year, end of third year, fourth year, and then fifth year. So we are paying at the end of the year. This is annuity regular. Then when we are talking about annuity due or immediate, it means the first receipt or payment is made today. आज ही करना पड़ेगा, at the beginning of annuity. So it is known as annuity due or annuity immediate. So it is written that in the beginning of the year, you can see this, it is the beginning of the year. At the beginning of first year, beginning of second year, beginning of third year, fourth year, as well as fifth year. Right? So these are the two most important terms which we need to understand thoroughly. Now there are two concepts here: future value and present value. Future value and present value. So future value means what? When we are talking about RD, like we are investing rupees 1000 every month for say 5 years. So how much we will get after 5 years? How much we will get after 5 years? So that amount is basically known as the future value. हमने हर महीने every 1000 rupees deposit किया for 5 years for 60 months. तो हमें 5 साल के बाद after 5 years कितना amount मिलेगा? That amount is simply known as the future value. So how to calculate that we will understand in this concept. So let us take the example which is given here. Suppose you invest rupees 1 lakh in fixed deposit that pays 7% per annum as interest. At the end of first year, how much amount will we have? We will have 1070 because 1000 plus 7% is 1070. So of which the 1000 is principal and 70 is the interest. So overall, what is 1070? 1070 is nothing but the future value. Similarly, if we talk about the 2 years, we invest 1000 rupees for 2 years. How much we will get after 2 years? We will get like 1000 into 1 plus 0.07 to the power of 2. We can calculate it by multiplying. We will get 1144.9 or 145. This amount we will get at the end of 2 years. This is nothing but the future value which we will get at the end of 2 years. So this formula we have already said that amount is equal to principal multiplied by 1 plus I to the power n. So similar kind of formula we have to use, just we are changing some notations. Otherwise the formula is similar thing. So for future value of single cash flow, that means we are paying only once. Similar to what we say FD, fixed deposit, or we can say the term deposit. So future value, single cash flow can be computed by using the above formula, and we are replacing A by the future value, that is F. Instead of A, we are writing F. Instead of principal, we are writing the cash flow. The cash flow multiplied by 1 plus I to the power of n. This is the same which we had already discussed in compound interest portion. So future value is equal to cash flow multiplied 1 plus I to the power of n. Let us solve one example on this. Example number 25. Example number 25. Okay, some of you are asking the doubts. Yes, I will take your doubts right now. So you invest rupees 3,000 in 2 years investment that gives you 12% per annum. Calculate the future value of investment. So future value equal to cash flow multiplied by 1 plus I to the power of n. How much is the cash flow? We are paying 3,000. Only one time. We are investing only one time. There is no recurring payment. 1 plus, what is the rate? It is 12%, 0.12 to the power of 2 because we are having 2 years. So let's calculate 1.12 to the power of 2 and then multiplying by 3,000. So it is 3760.2. This is the future value. That means after 2 years, we will get 3,763.2. This is the sum which we will get after 2 years. So, future value is nothing but the amount which we will receive at the end of the tenure. Like हमने deposit किया है for 2 years. तो डिपॉजिट करने के बाद जैसे ही 2 years फिनिश होगा, हमें जो भी अमाउंट मिलेगा, जो मैच्योरिटी वैल्यू है, दैट इज सिंपली नोन एज द फ्यूचर वैल्यू. So if we invested like lakh rupees for 2 years and after 2 years we are receiving 1,21,000. 1,21,000. So this 121 is known as the future value. So 1 lakh was the cash flow, 2 was the tenure or the time period, and 1,21,000 is the future value. Okay. So now we can segregate into two parts like future value for annuity regular. Future value for annuity regular or future value for annuity immediate in the second part. So when we are talking about the annuity regular, the payment will be at the end of the period or the receipt will be at the end of the period. जैसे हमारा पीरियड खत्म होगा उसके बाद पे करना है. आज कोई पेमेंट नहीं होगा. आज कोई पेमेंट नहीं होगा. So we are taking one more example from the table 4.6. So today is the zero period. Now means zero period. So we are not depositing today. We are depositing at the end of the year. So at the end of 1 year, we deposited rupees. Our overall tenure is the 4 years time. From now, it is the 4 years tenure. 0 till 4 years. This is the total tenure. We are investing first rupee at the end of 1 year. At the end of first year. So how much interest or how much years interest we will receive on this invested money? How much years? We will receive 3 years interest. That is from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and 3 to 4. There is no interest from 4 to 5 because tenure will end at 4. There will be no interest from 0 to 1 because we have not invested into the 0 period of time. We have invested at the end of the year. So we will receive interest for these 3 years. So that is why we are using the power here. This is principal P, then 1 plus I to the power of n. Here n is taken as we will receive the interest for 3 years. Then for second year, we invested again 1 rupee for second year. That means which the sum which we invested in second year, we will get interest for 2 years. That is from second to third and from third to fourth. Again, we invested in third year, we will receive now interest for only 1 year. That is from 3 to 4. And on the fourth year, which we invest 1 rupee, no interest will be received now because the tenure has ended. The tenure has ended. So this is the calculation for annuity regular. In this way, we can calculate the figures for annuity regular. Now, all these can be converted into a simple formula. This can be converted into the formula. How we can convert it into formula? Let us see. When we talk about the last year, that is the fourth year, we will not get any interest. So we written amount into 1 plus I to the power of 0. 0 because there is no interest. Then for the second last figure, there is A multiplied by 1 plus I to the power of 1 because we will receive interest for 1 year. Then A 1 plus I to the power of 2 and so on. That means always there is 1 year less. So we will write A 1 plus I to the power of n minus 2, n minus 1 and so on. So this is basically the derivation of the formula. We don't have to basically understand this in detail, what is the derivation and how to derive the formula, but we have to simply understand the formula when we have to apply this formula, right? So when we solve this complete series, we see that this is nothing but an geometric progression. This is a geometric progression. This is a GP. A can be taken as common, and we took A as common. We got this GP, geometric progression, where 1 is the first term and 1 plus I is the common ratio. 1 is the first term and 1 plus I is the common ratio. And then we have applied the formula for geometric mean. You might have done this chapter, geometric mean, geometric progression. So we have applied the formula for geometric progression. And after that, we finally derived the formula for future value. We finally derived the formula for calculation of future value. So we don't have to go for the whole derivation. We simply have to understand the formula. What is the formula? Right? So let us discuss this formula. If A is the periodic payment, future value A with n is the time period, I is the rate of interest of annuity is given, then it is given by A multiplied by 1 plus I whole to the power of n minus 1 divided by I. 1 plus I to the power of n minus 1 divided by I. This is the formula for calculation of future value. We can calculate future value by using this formula. Now, how to use this formula? This is the most important task. So let us understand this with the help of example number 26. Example number 26, so that all your doubts will get solved. Like your doubts are, how do we identify there is recurring deposit or not, annuity or not? The question will make you clear everything. The question will give each and every information. You just need to focus on that and understand what the question is saying to us. So we will understand this example number 26. Find the value, find the future value. See, the question has made it clear. Find the future value of an annuity of rupees 500 made annually for 7 years. So read up till now once again. यहां तक एक बार आप क्वेश्चन को फिर से पढ़ें. क्वेश्चन ने क्या कहा? फाइंड करना है आपको फ्यूचर वैल्यू. ओके. देन देयर इज एन्युटी ऑफ 500. तो एन्युटी का टाइम इंटरवल क्या है? तो क्वेश्चन सेड इट इज एनुअली once in a year. कब तक पे करना है? Up to 7 years. So n is 7 years. What is I? What is the rate of interest? we are given 14% per annum. 14% per annum. Then find the future value. So what is the formula for future value? It is amount multiplied by 1 plus I to the power of n minus 1 and then again divided by I. Amount, then 1 plus I to the power of n minus 1 and then divided by I. So we are given the annuity. This A is basically the annuity, that is the annual value, annual amount which we are paying. It is 500. Then 1 plus I. What is I here? It is 14%, so 0.14 to the power of 7 minus 1 and then divided by 0.1. Now see, the question has given some of the value. Question has given 1.14 to the power 7 is 2.5023. So we can write this here. 500 then multiplied by 2.5023 minus 1 upon 0.14. So let's calculate this. So we are getting 5,365.35. This is the future value. This is the future value. So in short, what we did, we invested rupees 500 in first year, in second year, in third year, and so on, up to 7 years. We invested rupees 500. And how much we got after 7 years? We got 5,365 rupees at the end of 7 years. So this is nothing but the future value. There is one question that by Shraddha, that how we will know that the annuity is regular or immediate. See, we have just started right now with the regular, so it will be made clear while we will do some more questions. You will get all the clarity where immediate will be applied and where will be applied. The question will always give some of the hint, and by doing that, we can easily apply the required formula. So here the correct answer is 5,365.3. Okay. So this was example number 26. Now let us read question number 27. I will give you some of the hint and then we will move to the example 27. Rupees 200 is invested at the end of each month. See, the question is saying clearly at the end of each month. It is annuity regular. 200, it is monthly and end. In account, paying 6% interest per annum per year, compounded monthly. It is monthly compounding. What is the future value of the annuity after 10th payment? What is the future value of this annuity after 10th payment? So n is also given to you and we have to calculate the future value. So amount is 200, n is 10. The main thing is I is 6% per annum. We have to make it as like per month. So divided by 12, it is 0.5%, or we can say 0.005. This is I. And now we can apply the same formula and we can get our result of future value. Yes, Mitra is also asking some question. Yes, Mitra, what you are asking? Your message is reaching, Mitra. Okay. You are asking what kind of payment made at the end of year. The question will make it clear, like here we are making a payment of rupees 200. The previous question, it was the payment of rupees 500 at the end of every year. So the amount will be clearly given in the question. Now the second part is future value of annuity due or annuity immediate. That means the first payment will go now, that is immediately. The first payment will go immediately. So what is the difference? What is the main difference in terms of calculation? What is the main difference in terms of calculation? In case of annuity regular, what we saw that from 0 to 1, we will not get any interest. From 0 to 1 period, we will not get the interest. Why not? Because we are making our first payment at the end of the year. That's why from 0 to 1, we will not get any of the interest. But when we are talking about annuity immediate, we will get the interest from the beginning. That is, we will get interest for 0 to 1 period also, for 1 to 2, for 2 to 3, for 3 to 4 also. So for each and every period, we will get the additional interest. We will get the additional interest because we are making the payment before. We are making the payment at the beginning of the period. That's why we get some more interest. So because of that, we can simply use that formula with some modification. If we want to calculate future value for annuity immediate, what we have to do, we have to write the same formula first. That is amount, then 1 plus I to the power of n minus 1 divided by I. Till here the formula is same, and multiply it with 1 plus I. That's it. The formula is same. The first portion is same, and then multiplied by 1 plus I. As soon as we multiplied 1 plus I, it becomes formula for annuity immediate. It becomes the formula for annuity immediate. That means we will get some extra interest. That's why we are multiplying with 1 plus I. So let us do the last question for today. And in the next class, we will discuss about the present value and more small miscellaneous topics. Okay. So this example number 28 will be the last question for today. Z invests rupees 10,000 every year, starting from today. The question is making it very clear. 10,000 every year, starting from today. Today means it is annuity immediate for next 10 years. 10 years के लिए. Suppose rate of interest is 8% per annum. 8% per annum, compounded annually. Calculate future value of annuity. क्या calculate करना है? Future value of annuity. So we have to simply apply this formula. Okay. So how much we are paying? We are paying 10,000 every year. So we will write 10,000 in place of amount. How much interest we are earning? We are earning at the rate of 8%. We will write 0.08 to the power of 10 and then minus 1 divided by I. What is I again? 0.08. And at last, you have to multiply it by 1 plus 0.08. Okay. So let us solve this part. .08 into equal to, this is power 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 10. After what we have to do, minus 1 and then divided by 0.08. So we are getting 10,000 multiplied by 14.4865 and then multiplying by 1.08. So it is 1,44,865.6 into 1.08. So how much will we get? We are getting 156,454.87. So this is the future value for annuity immediate. So this is the question for annuity immediate, because the question was making it clear that we have to deposit from today. From today means immediately. It is annuity due. So that's why we have applied this formula for annuity immediate. So you have understood now the basic difference between annuity due and annuity immediate. And in formula, there is just a small difference. Okay. So this was example number 28. Now today, what you have to do, you have to try some questions from exercise 4C, and which are having the concept of future value, whether it is annuity or annuity immediate. So you can try those questions today, and we will discuss your doubts in our next session. Okay. And there are some more doubts here. So I will take like last 5 minutes for the doubts. And the main concept which we have to discuss today, that is over. And I'm taking some of the doubts. Okay, someone is asking, log table is available in examination. Yes, you can demand for the log table. It can be made available to you. Otherwise, most of the questions, you might be given the value which is required. Okay, Dhavala is asking 1 plus 0.08 will be mentioned in question. No, you have to apply this. You have to apply this when there is annuity immediate. At the time, you have to apply this. Otherwise, in case of annuity due, you don't have to multiply with this. And 8% is nothing but the rate of interest. Okay, someone is asking about example number 27, why we have not multiplied by 12. See, we are given only 10 months. We have already taken the data into 10 months. So there are 10 conversion period because compounding is monthly. So it is already given the conversion period. 10 months means 10 is the conversion period. So then you have to multiply by 12. Whenever the time period is given into year, you have to multiply it by 12. Like if it is 1 year, you have to multiply by 12. If it is 2 years, you have to multiply by 12. If it is half year, you can also multiply by 12, right? It is 1/12 of the year, also multiply by 12, right? So this, in this way, we can multiply. Okay, for calculation of power, yes, actually we did many questions based on the power in yesterday's session also and in today's session also. So if you have missed that part, you can go through it once again, the whole session, yesterday's session also and today's session, so that you can easily understand the trick, how to calculate the power. Okay, which formula is to be used in fixed deposit and recurring deposit? Ms. Bandari is asking. Okay. Yes, Kashish, annuity formula is used only in case of a recurring deposit. Whenever you are depositing the sum of money regularly, then only we have to use the formula for annuity. Otherwise, for fixed deposit, the normal formula is the same as compound interest. Same as compound interest. And one practical thing, if you guys want to do, you can see the FDs made by parents. Like there may be some of the FDs by parents. So it is the kind of personal matter. If they can show, then only you can. Don't force them to show you the FDs. But yes, you can see that FDs and you can see the principal amount there. You will get the rate of interest there, and you will also get the future value there. You can even try to calculate how they have derived the future value. So this is the practical aspect. You can simply check out the FDs made by them. You can check out the RDs made by them. So this will give you some practical hint. Okay, someone is asking about single cash flow. Single cash flow means it is FD. We have made payment once, and after that we have to wait for the tenure, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and we will receive the maturity value. But in case of annuity, we have to pay every month or every year. But in case of FD, we have to make only payment once. Cube root. I'm taking this last thing right now because the time is over. How to calculate cube root on the calculator. See, on calculator you have only square root button, but you don't have the cube root button. So what you can do? How to calculate this cube root? How to calculate the fifth root? So there are some kind of difficulties which students get while solving the questions. So what can be done? Or like if you want, I can explain in detail into the next session, because some of the students have left right now, so they might miss it. So I will make it clear in the next session, and so that everyone will get it covered. And I will explain in detail in 5 to 10 minutes, so that you can calculate third root, fifth root, third root, fifth root, seventh root, any kind of root you can calculate using that thing on your calculator, right? So we will discuss in our next session in detail. Okay. So this was our today's session. So I hope you have understand all the questions very well, all those concepts, and you have to go through all these things once more today, and you can try some question from exercise 4C. In case of any doubt, you can ask in the next session. All right. So bye bye. Take care, and meet you in the next session. Okay. Yes. And very good afternoon to all. So welcome to CA Institute classes, and my name is CA Gaurav Chopra. So we are continuing with our chapter Time Value of Money. In first session, we had discussed about simple interest and we started the compound interest. In second session, we completed our topic compound interest and we started with the topic annuity and future value. Now, in today's session, what we will learn? The today's session is mainly about the present value, how to calculate the present value. And besides present value, we will learn many different aspects, like whether to invest or not, where to invest and where not to invest, what are the parameters which should be checked before investing in any asset or before investing into any FD or any other place. So we will discuss all those parameters today, right? And today we will finish our whole concept, the whole chapter. Okay. So I welcome you everyone once again. And I know you are very much excited for the classes, and many of you are giving their feedback, and many of you are asking the good questions. That's great. That's amazing on your part. So today's topic is present value. So what do we mean by the term present value? Let us understand in the simplest manner possible. Like, let us take rupees 1000. If we invest rupees 1000 today at the rate of 7% per annum for 1 year, so what it becomes after 1 year? After 1 year, it will become 1070, right? After 1 year, it will become 1070. So this 1070 is what? It is the future value. It is the future value which will be received by us after 1 year, at the end of 1 year. So when we compare 1000 with respect to 1070, this 1000 is simply known as the present value. This 1000 is simply known as the present value. That means the amount which we are receiving after 1 year, if we remove interest part from that portion, if we remove interest from the future value, we will get the present value, right? So 1070 is the future value. If we remove the interest portion, we will get the present value. So this is the main concept behind this. Now, what is the formula to calculate the present value? So there is not much difference in the formula here. The main formula which we had discussed earlier, that is amount is equal to P 1 plus I to the power of N, right? The present value here is denoted by the term P. Here, P means the present value, and A is the amount at the end of period. Amount at the end. End of what? N period of time. N can be 1 year, 2 year, 5 years, 10 years. It can be anything. So the formula is simple. AN is equal to P multiplied by 1 plus I to the power of N. So this can also be written as P equals A divided by 1 plus I to the power of N. So this is the simple formula which we will use today. P is equal to A divided by 1 plus I to the power of N. Great. Now the next point is how to calculate and how to use this formula. So we will understand with a very simple example and with a very simple question. Like say, the example number 30 says, find the present value of rupees 10,000 to be required after 5 years if the interest rate be 9% and given that 1.09 to the power of 5 is equal to 1.536. So what is given to us? So we are given 10,000. What is the 10,000? To find the present value, that means present value is to be calculated of rupees 10,000. We require 10,000. When we require? After 5 years. So this 10,000 is basically the future value, or we can say as A. Then what is the rate of interest? We are having 10% as the rate of interest. Sorry, we are having 9% as the rate of interest. And the tenure, that is N, it is 5 years. 5 years. Now what we have to do, we have to simply apply a formula. So present value is equal to amount divided by 1 plus I to the power of n. The power of n. So let's substitute the values. So amount is equal to 10,000 divided by 1 plus 0.09 to the power of 5. So how much it comes? Let us check fast. You have to calculate 1.09 to the power of 5. Yes. Come on. So we are getting 1.5386. And the final result is rupees 6,499.4. 6,499.4. So this is the final result which we are getting. Fine. So simply for calculation of present value, what we have to do, we have to divide amount with 1 plus I to the power of n, and we get the present value. Okay, now what is the difference between the present value of annuity regular and present value of annuity due? So again, we have to go into our flashback and recall that annuity regular means the payment which is at the end of the year, which is at the end of the period. Whereas in case of annuity due or annuity immediate, the payment is at the beginning of the period. It is at the beginning of the year. So first of all, we will discuss what happens in case of present value of annuity regular. Annuity regular, that means payment is when? At the end of the period, right? Great. So here we are taking one simple example. Like your mother wants to gift you rupees 1,000 every year from your birthday. Your mother wants to give rupees 1,000 to you every year on your birthday, but not from this birthday, from the next birthday. From the next birthday, that is after 1 year. Okay, so we are taking the simple example. When we are getting the money, we are getting the money at the end of first year, at the end of second year, at the end of third year, fourth year, and fifth year. Your mother will pay you rupees 1,000 every year till 5 years. Because after 5 years, you might have completed your CA and you will be doing your job, right? So the amount is 1,000 every year. 1,000 every year. Now the main things comes. Let's understand what we are doing here. Now we have to calculate the present value factor. Now we have to calculate the present value factor. What is the present value factor? Present value factor means simply 1 divided by 1 plus I to the power of n. 1 divided by 1 plus I to the power of n. This concept will be very much useful for this whole chapter. That is for the remaining chapter, and also in CA intermediate and final, this concept will be useful to you. So this is very much important. Please understand it in detail. To 1 divided by 1 plus I to the power of n. By using this, we can calculate the present value factor. So let us take the rate as 10%. Rate is 10%. What we have to do? 1 divided by 1.1 to the power of n. For first year, we are keeping it n as 1 because we are calculating it for first year. We have to put 1. What it comes, you can check. 1 divided by 1.1. How much it is coming? 0.9090. We can write here 0.90909. This much is coming. Now we have to calculate for second year. For second year, what we have to do? 1 divided by 1 plus 0.1 to the power of 2. Now it is the power of 2. So what you have to do? 1 divided by 1.1 equal to. You are getting 0.82644. 0.82644. This is for second year. So what is the trick here? You have to use the trick so that we can calculate it in the fastest manner. See, I'm telling the trick. You have to type just 1, then divided by 1.1 equal to. As soon as you press first time equal to, you will get the figure for first year. Now press equal to again. You will get the figure for second year. Again equal to, this is for third year. 4 time equal to, this is for fourth year. And 5th time equal to, then it is for the 5th year. This is the simple trick which you can follow on your calculator. So let's do it for the third year. 0.75131. Next equal to for the fourth year, 0.68301. And for the last year, 0.62092. Right? Now what we have to do? We have to multiply the amount with present value factor. Now we have to multiply the amount with present value factor. So let's multiply. 1000 into 0.909. How much we get? 909.09. For second year, we are getting 826.44. Then 751.31. 683.01. And last 620.92. This we are getting. Right? Great. Your all answers are correct. That's amazing. Now what we have to do, we have to make the total. Let's total it. Let's total. How much it is coming? It will come 3790.786. So this is the present value. This is the present value. So simply what we did, let's summarize. Your mother gave you 1000 for 5 years, starting from the end of the year. And when we calculated the present value at the rate of 10%, we got 3790.786. That means in totality, we are receiving 5,000. But today, what is the value of that 5,000? But today, the value is 3,790 rupees. So in this manner, we can calculate the present value. Now, what is the shortest way to solve this question? What is the simplest way to solve this question, right? See, what we have to do. Let's change my color of pen. Right. See, we are receiving 1,000 every year. So we can write our amount 1,000 to be multiplied with the PV factor. Now what we have to do, we have to total this PV factor. We have to total this PV factor. How much is this? 3.79078. This is the total. Now how to find the total on your calculator? So you have to do what? Again, let's come here. 1 divided by 1.1 equal to first time, equal to second time, third time, fourth and fifth time. After pressing equal to for the 5 times, you have to press GT on your calculator. You have to press GT on your calculator. GT means gross total. As soon as you press GT, you will get your result 3.7908. 3.7908. So this is the shortest way to calculate this total. And then as soon as you got this total, simply multiply with 1000, you will get your result 3790.8. You will get your result. So you have to write nothing on the paper. Simply you have done all the calculations on your calculator, right? Got it? If anyone is not having GT on his calculator, what is the other way you can do? If you are not having the GT on your calculator, then after pressing equal to, you have to press M plus every time. Second time equal to, then also M plus. Third time equal to, again press M plus, fourth time, and then fifth time. That means you have like added all those values in the memory, and after that you have to press MRC. MRC means memory recall. You will get this same figure, 3.7908. Okay, so this is the shortest way. Let us check some more questions. Okay, here Swati is asking, how is the money value less today and more after 5 years? See, because as we invest today, we will get return, we will get interest on that money. So if we invest 1,000 today, we will get 1070 after 1 year. If the rate is 10%, we will get 1100 at the end of the year. Right? That means the money value today is always less, and after 1 year it will be more as compared to today. Because we will earn some return on that money. We will earn some interest on that money. That's why today the present value will always be less as compared to the future value. Got it? Great. So this was the example which we did now. Now let's come to one more example. This is the one of the most practical example which we have to understand. Like if we are going to purchase a car, right? We have made a decision to purchase a car, and the cost of car is rupees 5,50,000. 5,50,000. The shopkeeper told that you have to deposit 50,000 right now. So we have given the cash, we have made the payment of 50,000 immediately. Now what amount is left now? We are left with rupees 5 lakh. Now he offered us a system that you can borrow this 5 lakh rupees from the bank. That means we can take a loan of rupees 5 lakh. But when we take a loan, we have to pay the EMI. That is every month installment we have to pay. So we discussed the terms and conditions. So terms and conditions were the rate of interest is 15% per annum, and we have to pay 12 monthly installments. That means we have to pay after each and every month. First month, second month, third month, fourth month, and so on up to 12 months. So this is the given case. We are buying a car. Price of car is 550. We have paid 50,000 immediately. Now the loan amount is 5 lakh. Rate of interest is 15%, and the tenure is 12 months. We have to pay 12 EMIs. Now what is required here? We have to find out how much is the EMI. How much is the EMI? Every month, what is the amount which we should pay? Right? What should we pay in the EMI? So this we have to calculate. So let us understand with the simplest formula. Here, what is the formula? If we have to calculate the monthly amount or the annuity amount which we are paying. So let A is the annuity amount which we have to pay every month is equal to the value. Value means it is the loan amount divided by the present value factor, which is based on the number of years and the rate of interest. This is the formula. Okay, here A means what? Let's write. A means annuity. V is the value of loan here, and P is the present value factor. Okay. So what we have to do, we have to calculate the monthly installment A is equal to value of loan is 5 lakh. Value of loan is how much? It is 5 lakh. Then we have to divide with the present value factor calculated on the basis of 12 months. 12 months. And the rate of interest. Now there is a contradiction. The time period, the EMI is monthly. There is monthly installment, but the rate of interest given to us is per annum. So we have to convert the given rate of interest to the monthly mode. So let us convert. I is equal to 15 divided by 12. See how much it comes. 15 divided by 12. It comes 1.25%. 1.25%. In decimal, we can write as 0.0125. 0.0125. Okay, so we can write here 0.0125. Now we have to calculate the present value factor. How we have calculated earlier? The formula is 1 divided by 1 plus I whole to the power of n. So let's put the value 1 plus, what is I? 0.0125 whole to the power how much? This is up to 12 months. So we have to add it. So what you have to do on calculator? 1 divided by 1.0125 equal to, for first time, second time, third time, and so on. Up to 12 times you have to press the equal to. And after that, press GT. Press GT. You will get the present value factor. You will get the present value factor. Right? See, I'm doing on your screen. 1 divided by 1.0125 equal to, for the first time, equal to second, third, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Now I have to press GT. See what is coming? 11.0793. It is 11.0793. So 5 lakh divided by 11.0793. Now let us divide this. 5 lakh divided by this figure, we are getting 45,129 rupees. 45,129. This is the monthly installment. So this is the amount which we have to pay every month till 12 months. Okay. Now there are a few questions based on this present value factor. So let us take some questions. Okay, so there is one question like, what is the difference between the present value and present value factor? See, in present value factor, what we are doing, we are giving the effect. We are giving the effect of time, that is n, and the rate of interest on simply 1 rupee, you can say. That means it is simply a factor which is in the multiple of 1 rupee. We are applying this n, time period, and rate of interest for 1 rupee. And after that, we have to adjust it for the given amount. That is 5 lakh is given, we have to apply on 5 lakh. If 3,000 is given, we have to apply on 3,000. So present value factor shows like if we had invested, like when we move towards this again, like this portion, this is the portion which we had discussed. This is present value factor. If we receive 1 rupee, if we receive 1 rupee at the end of 1 year, then what is its worth today? Its worth is 0.9090. If we receive 1 rupee after the end of 2 years, what is the worth today? It is 0.82644. That means the later we will receive the sum, the lesser will be the present value. The later we will receive the sum, lesser will be the present value. Why lesser will be the present value? Because more the number of years, more the interest will get earned on that amount. More the interest will get earned on that amount. Or you can understand in some other words, like if we invest 0.909 today for 1 year, it will become 1 rupee. If we invest 0.826 for 2 years, it will become 1 rupee at the end of 2 years. If we invest 0.751 for 3 years, it will become 1 rupee at the end of 3 years. Because as the gap increases, we earn more interest. So because of that difference of interest, there is gap between the present value and the future value. Okay. Then some of you are asking the features of calculator, like how to use m plus m minus. We are using the gt function and m plus function, which we discussed today, and in more detail we will discuss in some other sessions also, right? But like what is relevant to us, we are discussing right now that portion, because we have to complete this portion today, right? And if the time is left at the end of the session, we will of course discuss that part, right? Okay. Now, there is one more formula to calculate the present value factor. Like, what is that formula? The other formula. See, here the formula says P with respect to N is number of years, number of period, and I is the rate. The formula is 1 plus I whole to the power of N minus 1 divided by I into 1 plus I whole to the power of N. By using this formula, we will again get the present value factor. But this formula is a bit lengthy formula. It might confuse some of the students. So it is better to use the short trick, which we had discussed right now. That is 1 divided by 1 plus I to the power of N. And you can use the GT function in your calculator. So that is the shortest possible way in which you can do the calculation. Great. So this was question number 30, example number 30. Now let us take one more similar kind of example so that the concept becomes more clearer to you. Yes, now one more doubt is Ananya is asking about the cube root trick. Yes, Ananya, we will discuss the cube root trick in the last part of the chapter, because cube root will be required there, right? Cube root will be required there, so we will understand in that part, right? Okay, so example number 31. S borrows rupees 5 lakh to buy a house. What is this 5 lakh? This 5 lakh is the borrowed money, that is the loan amount. If he pays equal installment for 20 years, how much we have to pay? Equal installment for how many years? 20 years. And 10% is the rate of interest on the outstanding balance. What will be the equal annual installment? So again, we have to find out the equal annual installment, that is EMI. So this question is for you. You have to solve it within 1 minute and answer in the chat box. Come on, fast. You can do it. It's interesting. It is just similar to the question we had discussed above, and you can do this. Come on, guys. I'm waiting for you. So here you are given all the values. Simply you have to put the formula, apply the formula, and get the result. Apply the formula and get the result. Good going. Yes, many of you are giving the correct answer. That's great. That's good going. Okay. Let me discuss it. Here, the amount is 5 lakh. Yes. And we can write it 5 lakh divided by the present value factor. So you have to do 1 divided by 1 plus 0.10 to the power of 20. That means you have to press equal to 20 times and then press GT. You will get the total, that is 8.51356. Okay, and after dividing, you will get your result 58,729.8. Yes, many of you have given the correct answers. Yes, Shivani has given, then Devil, Harshit, Sneha Jain, Ujjwal, Harshit, Priyanka, Tanvi, Anjana, everyone has given the correct answer. Manisha, that's great. Now we have to do the reverse question, the reverse calculation. That means, what is the reverse question? EMI will be given to us, time period will be given, rate of interest will be given. We have to find out the loan amount. How much is the loan taken? How much is the loan taken? So we have to apply the same formula here. So see, rupees 5,000 is paid every year. 5,000 is paid every year for 10 years to pay off the loan. What is the loan amount if interest rate be 14%? If the interest rate is 14% compounded annually. So applying the formula, we are having 5,000 as the annual amount is equal to V, the loan amount, and divided by the present value factor according to 10 years and 14%. So calculate with respect to this. So 1 divided by 1.14 equal to 10 times 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then GT. And then multiply with the 5,000. Multiplied with 5,000. So you are getting 26,080.5. 26,080.5. So this is the result. Great. Got it? So 5,000 multiplied by 5.21611 is equal to the value of loan. Hence it is 26,080.55. Okay, there is one question. Palak is asking, this calculator trick is not working on mobile phone. Yes, it will not work on mobile phone, and you have to practice on the calculator only, because in examination you are not allowed to take your mobile calculator. You have to simply use the normal calculator, right? So you have to practice on the calculator only, not on the mobile phone. Okay, so next one is 33. It is very simple. I think you can do this because we have discussed so many questions on this topic. Now we are moving towards the next point that says present value of annuity due or annuity immediate. Present value of annuity due or annuity immediate. Now, what is the difference here? If we are paying today. We have to start today itself. You have to start paying from today only. So this is the difference between the annuity regular and annuity due. Now, based on this, let us understand the question number 34. Example 34. Suppose your mom decides to gift you rupees 10,000 every year starting from today. Your mother is paying from today. How much? 10,000 every year till next 5 years. She is giving you for 5 years. You deposit this amount in a bank as and when you receive and get 10% per annum interest rate compounded annually. So we are depositing, we are receiving 10,000 and we are depositing into bank. And when we are depositing into bank, we are getting interest at the rate of 10% per annum. Now, what is the present value of this annuity? We have to calculate the present value of annuity. So let us understand with the help of table first. After that, we will do the shortcut. Okay. So how much payments we are receiving? We are receiving 10,000 for 5 years. 10,000 for 5 years. Now, since we are receiving the first payment today, so today is known as which period? Today is 1 year or the zero period? Today is always the zero period. Zero, because we are starting from today. It is the first day. Then after 1 year, what will happen? That means the first year will end. Then second year will end, third year, and fourth year. That means we are receiving gift for the 5 times starting from today. That means in 4 year times, the whole 50,000 will be received. Right? In 4 years time, I'm saying the whole gift will be received because we are starting from today. So today is the zero period. Then after that, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now let us check the present value factor and present value. See, if we are receiving 10,000 today, then what is its present value? If I am receiving 10,000 today, then what is the present value of that money? It will be same because I am receiving 10,000 today. So today value is same, that is the 10,000. Yes. So we are writing 10,000. So what is the present value factor for today? For today, the present value factor is 1. Always for today, the present value factor is 1. Now, what is the present value factor for the first year? That means at the end of 1 year. So the rate is 10%. We can simply calculate 1 divided by 1.1 equal to, just similar to what we did in the upper question. It comes like 0.909090. Then press equal to, it will come for second year, 82644. Again press equal to, it will come for third year, 751314. Again press equal to, it will come for the next year. Right? Now what we have to do, we have to multiply it with the 10,000. We can multiply with 10,000. It is 9090.9. Then 8264.4, 7513.14, 6830.1. Okay. Now we can add all of them. See how much it comes. 41,698.6. 41,698.6. So this is the present value. Okay. So this is the present value of the money, of the sum. Now, what is the shortest way to calculate this? So simply what we have to do, since the figure is same, we have to write 10,000. We have to multiply this figure with the present value factor, the total of present value factor. You can add this up. It comes 4.16986. To simply multiply this figure, 4.16986, you will get 41,698.6. So this is the shortest way. So whenever it is annuity due or annuity immediate, so what we have to do, if it is a tenure of 5 years, we have to calculate for the 4 years and then add 1 for the zero period. So you can do this calculation simply on your calculator. So since time was 5 years, so we are pressing equal to 4 times. See, 1 divided by 1.1 equal to first time, second time, third time, and fourth time. And then press add 1 for the zero period. So you will get your result. Okay, you will get all your result. So this we have to do in case of annuity due or annuity immediate. This is the only difference between the regular and due. Rest all calculation is similar. Okay, so many of you are asking that you are getting the answer as 31,698.7. Yes, guys, this calculation is for the 4 years, like first, second, third, and fourth. You have to add 10,000 in this for the zero period. Those who are getting 31,000, you have to add 10,000 money for the zero period. After that, it will become 41,698. 41,698. You can check the solution here also. First of all, we have calculated from 1 to 4 years, and then we have added 10,000 for the zero period. So finally, it is 41,698. Okay. Now, let us move towards the next question. What this next question says. Now, always in the given question, we have to find the given figures first, what is given and what we are required to calculate. So let's check in example 35. How much amount is required to be invested every year so as to accumulate rupees 3 lakh at the end of 10 years if interest is compounded annually at 10%. See what is given. Let's read once more. How much amount is required to be invested every year? That means this amount we have to calculate, the annuity amount we have to calculate to accumulate 3 lakhs at the end of 10 years. That means after 10 years, we require 3 lakh rupees. So what is this 3 lakh rupees? This 3 lakh rupees simply means the future value. 3 lakh is the future value. At the end of 10 years, so N is 10, and the rate of interest is 10%. Rate of interest is 10%. Now we can apply the formula for future value. See, future value is given, so you can apply the formula for future value. What was the formula? We had discussed in the first session, second session. Amount, then bracket 1 plus I to the power of n minus 1 divided by I. This is the formula. Now, future value is given to us, that is 3 lakh. Annuity we have to find out. Then 1 plus I is 10% to the power of 10 minus 1 and then divided by 0.10. Now we can solve this calculation. How much this figure is coming? 15.937. So 3 lakh is equal to amount multiplied by 15.93742. So amount is equal to 3 lakh divided by this 15.93. So let us check how much it is coming. 18,823.6. So this is the annuity value. So if we deposit 18,823 every year for 10 years, we will get 3 lakh at the end of 10 years. Okay. So there is some confusion within the present value factor for some students. Let us discuss it one more time. Rudrani is asking, sir, please explain how to use m plus and m minus function. Yes, I will discuss in the different topic there. And someone is asking, okay, Vignesh is asking, sir, ये concept नहीं आया कि हर साल अलग-अलग PVF क्यों लिया है? See, Vignesh, PVF means, what does present value factor means? Present value factor means interest. If we talk about simply interest, like if you are depositing 1,000 for 1 year. Second is you are depositing 1,000 for 2 years. Third is you are depositing 1,000 for 3 years, because your tenure is getting differed. आपका टेन्योर अलग अलग है, इसलिए आपका अमाउंट भी क्या होगा, डिफर करेगा. लाइक यू माइट गेट लाइक 1100 rupees for the first year at the rate of 10%. Then in second year you will get 1210. In third year you will get like 1331, because the time period is increasing. That's why the amount is also increasing. Same is the concept with PVF. For zero period, the present value factor is 1. That means the value of money will remain same. It will remain intact. But at the end of 1 year, it will reduce a bit. At the end of 2 years, it will reduce some more. At the end of third year, it will reduce again some more. So what is the difference? Mainly this difference is because of interest. And why much interest, and why interest is increasing? This is increasing just because time is increasing, tenure is increasing. Okay, so you don't have to get confused. Just simply apply the concept of PV factor and use the GT in your calculator. Now, there is one more doubt, like in question number 35, why we have used the formula for future value. See, first of all, you have to write all the given figures. So we have written all the given figures here. Now we have to decide which formula we are requiring. So see, future value is given to us. Then there are 100% chances that we can use the future value formula, because something or the other is missing from that formula. When we have written this formula, we know that this annuity figure is missing. Rest everything is given. So rest everything is given. That's why we have used this formula. And how you will know that we are given the future value? The question says clearly. The question says clearly, we are depositing a certain money regularly for 10 years. And after 10 years, we will get 3 lakh rupees. So whatever we will receive at the end of period, that is known as the future value. So that's why we are using the formula for future value here. Okay. So now we are moving towards the applications of this chapter, where this chapter can be used, where all these concepts can be used. First point is leasing. Leasing. What is leasing? See, we will discuss the definition from here. Leasing is a financial arrangement under which the owner of asset, that is the lessor, allows the user of the asset, that is the lessee, to use the asset for a defined period of time for a consideration, that is lease rental, payable over a given period of time. Okay, so here it is just like taking a house on rent. Like if we take a house on rent, there is a person known as a landlord who owns the house. There is another person who is the tenant who takes the house on rent, and he pays the consideration, that is he pays rent for using the house. Similar to that, there is a leasing kind of arrangement. So here there is some asset which is owned by a person known as lessor, and the person who takes it on lease is known as lessee. That person is known as lessee, and this lessee pays the lease rent. This lessee pays the lease rent. Now we have to understand that whatever project we are taking, that is favorable to us or not, that will give us profit or that will give us the loss. We have to compare this thing, and for calculating this, we have to use the concept of present value. Okay, so let us check the example number 36. Example 36. ABC Limited wants to lease out an asset costing rupees 3,60,000 for a 5-year period. So what is the cost of asset? 3,60,000. How much is the period? 5 years. It has fixed rental of 1,05,000 per annum payable annually. So what is the rent? 1,05,000. And when we have to pay? At the end of the period. That means first installment will be at the end of the first year. Suppose the rate of interest is 14% per annum compounded annually, on which money can be invested. Now, is this agreement favorable to the company or not? We have to decide this. We have to decide whether it is favorable or not. So, the question is from the point of view of lessor. That means the owner of asset. So, the owner is thinking if he buys the asset will cost him 3,60,000 today. If the lessor buys the asset today, it will cost 3,60,000 today. But he will receive benefits up to 5 years. What benefit he will receive? He will receive rent. How much rent? 1,05,000 every year up to 5 years. Up to 5 years. That means he will receive 5,25,000 in totality. So it will be profitable or not? Can we compare these two figures directly? No, we cannot compare these two figures directly because there is a timing difference. There is a timing difference between these two because 360 we have to pay today for purchasing the asset and we will receive this figure step by step at the end of every year. So to make the figure comparable, with 360, we have to find the present value. We have to find the present value of rent, which we will receive in the 5 years. We have to find the present value of rent. So the present value formula is same, which we discussed above. So annual lease rent to be multiplied with present value factor. We will get the present value. So how much is the annual lease rent? It is 1,05,000 multiplied by present value factor. So present value factor we have to calculate on the basis of 5 years and 14%. 5 years and 14%. So let us calculate this. 1 divided by 1.14 equal to first year, then second year, third year, fourth year, and fifth year. Then press the GT. You will get 3.43308. Now multiply it with 1,05,000. Multiplied with 1,05,000. We are getting 3,60,473.5. We are getting 3,60,473.5. Now we can easily compare the two figures. First figure was asset is costing to us 360. This is the money outflow, what we are spending today. And 3,60,473. This is the present value of cash inflow. In today's term, what we will receive? We will receive 360,473. That means we are receiving more than the cost. Whenever we are receiving more than cost, it is profitable to us. And that's why we can do this agreement. That means the owner can buy the asset and give this asset on lease. So this is favorable to the owner and he can do this arrangement. This is the perfect combination for him. So it will be favorable to him. Now, there are some questions that which formula is to be used and where. So like many of the students get confused where to use which formula. So at last we will discuss the summary portion where we will discuss a particular formula can be used where, when to use the formula for present value, where to use the future value formula, and future value also have two formulas, to which formula is to be used and when. So this will be discussed in the last part, that is last 5 to 10 minutes, where we will take the whole summary of the chapter and we will discuss the formulas there. Okay. So this was the doubt of Priyanka Gupta. Okay, Priyanka, your query is solved here. Then there is one more query, that what is the meaning of the sinking fund? See, sinking fund means what? We are accumulating some money. Like it is just like your like the piggy bank. You have the piggy bank. You have what we say gulak at your home, and every day or every month you deposit some money into that. And after some certain years, when you open it, you will get the lump sum amount. So that is the same thing with sinking fund. But what is the only difference? We are depositing the money into bank or some post office so that we can earn interest over that. And the fund, and we will at last we will get the bigger amount of fund altogether. So that is known as simply the sinking fund. Okay, there is one more doubt, that can we find the future value of this asset? See, we are what we are doing, we are getting income for 5 years. So we have to use that income part, right? We are not investing the asset into bank so that the value of asset is increasing. The value of asset is not getting increased. So what we are getting the money. So we are calculating the present value of money, right? So that's why we have to find the present value here. Let us consider one more example. It will give more clarity to you. A company is considering proposal of purchasing a machine either by making full payment of 4,000 or by leasing it for 4 years at the annual rate of 1250. Which course of action is preferable? If the company can borrow money at the rate of 14% compounded annually. Okay, let's start doing this question. Okay, so here we are having two proposals. See, what we are doing, we have to take the decision to buy or not to buy. If we buy today, we have to spend rupees 4,000 today. If we take it on lease rent, we have to pay 1250 for how many years? For how many years? See, it is 4 years. 1250 for 4 years we have to pay. Now, or after comparing, we can decide which one is beneficial. So this 4,000 figure is as per today. If we purchase today, we have to pay 4,000. So here again, what we have to do, we have to calculate the present value of lease rental. We have to calculate the present value of lease rental. So let's calculate. Lease rental is 1250 to be multiplied with present value factor for 4 years and 14%. See how much it comes. This is 1 divided by 1.14 equal to first time, second time, third time, and fourth time. And then you can press the GT. It is 2.9137. After multiplying with 1250, we get 3642.1. So here in this question, we have to decide whether to buy or to take on lease, because we are not giving on rent. We are taking on rent here. So your decision will vary. So here the question said clearly, we have to use machine for our purpose. If we buy, we have to spend 4,000. If we take on lease rent, our expenditure as per today is 3642. So which is beneficial for us? Lease rental is beneficial for us because its cost is less as compared to 4,000. So what we will do? We will not buy the machine. We will take it on lease. So leasing will be preferable for us. Okay. Great. So this was example number 37. Now applying similar kind of concept into capital expenditure or investment decisions. In each and every aspect, we have to use the present value. See, example 38. A machine can be purchased for rupees 50,000. 50,000. What is rupees 50,000? This is basically the cost of machine. The machine will contribute 12,000 per year. Now understand this language. Machine will contribute. We don't have to pay. We will receive income because of machine. How much? 12,000 per year. For next 5 years. Assume borrowing cost is 10%. The cost is 10% per annum compounded annually. Determine whether machine should be purchased or not. मशीन को परचेज करेंगे या नहीं करें ये हमें बताना है. So what we have to do again here, we have to simply calculate the present value. The same thing is here, whether to purchase or not. So 12,000 is the income which we will receive every year. Now we have to multiply it with the present value factor for 5 years at the rate of 10%. At the rate of 10%. Okay, so let's calculate for the 5 years how much we are getting. 12,000 multiplied by 3.79079. This is the figure which we are getting. 45,489. Now check, it is favorable or not. If we purchase the machine, we have to spend 50,000 today. And after spending 50,000, how much benefit we are getting? We are getting a present value of 45,000 something. That means we are getting the lesser benefit. We are getting the lesser benefit and cost is more. So it is not favorable for us. We don't have to buy the machine. So machine must not be purchased because we will incur loss. Okay, those who have joined late, you can see this lecture from the beginning afterwards, right? And you can easily calculate the present value factor. We had discussed in many questions, like what was the way? I'm telling one more time. 1 divided by, since the rate is 10%, so 1 divided by 1.1 equal to for 5 times because tenure is 5 times. And then press GT. And then press GT. You will get the present value factor. Right? Now, we are moving towards the next concept, which is valuation of bond. Valuation of bond. Now, what is a bond? Bond is a debt security. Bond is a debt security in which the issuer owes the holder a debt and is obliged to repay the principal and interest. And bonds are generally issued for a fixed term longer than 1 year. So bond is somewhat similar to FD, we can say. But what is the difference? Bond is normally issued by government or some institution and not by banks. So it is offered by some companies, some institution, by governments. So what we have to do while buying the bond? So when we purchase the bond, we have to invest some money. And after investing, what we get? We get interest every year. We will get interest for the first year, second year, third year, and so on, according to the tenure. If tenure is for 3 years, we will get interest for 3 years. And after 3 years, that means at the end of 3 years, we will receive the principal again. Right? Like we deposited rupees 1000 today. We deposited rupees 1000 today at the rate of 10%. So at the end of first year, we will get rupees 100. At the end of second year, again rupees 100. At the end of third year, again rupees 100. But in third year, we will also receive the principal sum, which is rupees 1000. So this happens in case of bond. So how to value this bond? Whether to invest into bond or not, this we have to decide. Like, so how we have to decide? Let's understand with example number 40. So an investor intends purchasing a 3-year 1000 par value bond having nominal interest rate of 10%. So here investor is purchasing a 3-year 1000 par value bond having nominal interest rate of 10%. At what price the bond may be purchased now if it matures at par and investor requires a return of 14%. A return of 14%. See what is given here. Whenever we understand the concept of debentures or shares, they always have a face value. Whenever we talk about debentures or shares, they always have a face value. So here also we are having the face value of rupees 1000. Now what is the use of this face value? Whenever we get interest, that interest is calculated on the basis of face value. Interest is computed on face value. That means it will be computed on 1000 rupees. So how much interest rate we are getting? Interest rate is 10%. We are getting interest at the rate of 10%. What we have to calculate? We have to calculate the present value of bond. Present value of bond we have to calculate. And for calculating the present value, what we require? We require N, we require I. So here the tenure is how much? The tenure is 3 years, because the question said in first line, investor intends to purchase a 3-year bond. N is 3 years. And what is the discounting rate? So in last line, see the last line, the question says investor requires a rate of return of 14%. That's why we have to discount with the rate of 14%. Discounting means calculation of present value factor, right? The other word is discounting. So present value factor we have to calculate by using the rate of 14%. Okay. So let's calculate with the help of table first. Year, first, second, and third amount. So question said the face value is rupees 1000. How much interest we will get? How much interest we will get at the end of first year? So we will get 10% of rupees 1000. What is 10% of rupees 1000? It is 100. So we will get 100 rupees at the end of first year. Again, we will get 100 rupees at the end of second year, because we always get the interest calculated on the face value. Not here, compounding is not done. What we have to do here we have to calculate interest only on the face value. So in third year also we will get rupees 100. But in third year again, we will get the principal value also. That is rupees 1000. So first year interest, second year interest, third year interest, and then third year principal. All this we are getting. Now we have to calculate present value factor at the rate of 14%. At the rate of 14%. So let's calculate for the first year. 1 divided by 1.14. 1 divided by 1.14. How much we are getting? 0.14. 87719. We have pressed equal to for second year, 0.76946. Again equal to for the third year, 0.67497. And again 0.67497, because it is the third year only, not fourth year. So here we have to take care. Don't calculate for the fourth year. It is simply the third year. Now let's multiply and find the present value. 87.719, 76.946, 67.497, and 674.97. Now you can add all these figures and find the total. Add all these figures and check how much we are getting. So have you checked? We are getting 907.132. This is the present value of bond. This is the present value of bond. Okay, so whatever cash flows we are getting in these 3 years, 907 is its present value. Okay. So someone is asking, we haven't used 10%. Okay. Chavi is asking that we have not used 10%. See, Chavi, we have used 10% here for calculation of interest. 1000 is the face value, and 10% of 1000, we have used this 10% to calculate the amount of interest. So because of that, we have written all these 100. Right, Chavi? So in this way, we can calculate the present value of bond. Okay. Anandita is asking about the 1000 rupee which we have written in the third year. See, we are talking about bond here. Bond means we have to invest some money, and the face value of the bond is rupees 1000. In first year, we will receive interest. In second year, we will receive interest. Third year also, we will receive interest. But when the tenure gets finished, we will get the face value back. We will get the principal money back. So our principal money, our face value was rupees 1000. So that's why we are getting 1000 rupees in third year additional. In first year, only interest. Second year also interest. Third year interest along with the principal. So that's why we have written principal here. So what is the difference between 10 and 14% here? See, here what the question is asking. The question is asking, an investor intends to purchase a bond of rupees 1000 par value having nominal rate of 10%. At what price the bond can be purchased now if it matures at par and investor requires a rate of return of 14%? So when we talk about the interest, we are getting only 10%. But the question says we want return of 14%. This much return we require. We require to get benefit of 14%, but interest we are getting only 10%. So what about this 4%? What about this extra amount? How to get this extra benefit? So there is one thing to get the extra benefit, that is we can buy the bond on discount. We can purchase the bond on discount. That means the bond is of rupees 1000. If we buy it for 907 rupees, then our total return sets to 14% automatically. दैट मीन्स जब हमने बॉन्ड को 907 रुपीज में परचेज किया तो 93 रुपीज का हमें क्या मिला, डिस्काउंट मिला. And along with the discount, we are also receiving interest. So by adding these two figures, we overall get a return of 14%. So that's why we have calculated the present value, and that too with the rate of 14%. So जितना भी हमारा required rate of return होगा, उसी से हमें present value factor को calculate करना है. जो भी आपका required rate of return है, उससे हम present value factor calculate करेंगे. Okay, right. And for those students जिन्होंने बीच में से अटेंड किया है, स्टार्टिंग से अटेंड नहीं किया, so I request all of them to like view the chapter from the beginning of the session, so that you can get clarity on each and every topic, like how to calculate the present value factor, how to use different kinds of formula, how to use different kinds of tricks. All we have discussed from the beginning of the session. So if you have missed that portion, you can watch it from the beginning, and so that you will your all doubts will get solved. Then Piyush is asking why we have taken 1,000 in fourth year. Piyush, we have not taken in the fourth year, we have taken in the third year only. See, you can check here. This is the third year only, and that's why we have written the present value factor of third year only. It is not the fourth year. We have just made the presentation so that you can easily bifurcate what is the amount of interest and what is the principal. Okay. So this was the valuation of bond. Now the next point is perpetuity. What is the meaning of the term perpetuity? Perpetuity means like whenever we meet some insurance kind of person, the salesperson from insurance company, or we might have received some pamphlet from the insurance company, or somewhat in the Facebook or WhatsApp messages we receive, like you give 1 crore rupee today. You have to invest 1 crore rupee today, and every year you will get 5 lakh rupees as a pension for the lifetime. For the lifetime. That means हमें आज कितना देना है, 1 crore रुपये आज हमें पे करना है, and उसके बाद क्या होगा, every year we will receive 5 lakhs as pension. And for how much time? For the infinite period of time. That means जब तक हम जिंदा हैं, whatever is the life, we will get rupees 5 lakh, whether it is 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, or even 100 years. So such kind of calculation is done on the basis of the topic perpetuity. So perpetuity is an annuity in which the periodic payments or receipts begin on a fixed date and continue indefinitely or perpetually. So perpetually means endless, infinite. That means we have deposited a certain money, and after that we will receive every year or every month a certain amount of money up to lifetime. Up to lifetime. Such kind of arrangement is known as perpetuity. So there is a simple formula to calculate the present value. That means what amount should we invest today so that we can get monthly income or yearly income in future for the lifetime. So let us take the simple example. If our target is to receive 1 lakh rupee as a pension every year for the lifetime, how much we have to invest today? What is our target? Our target is to receive rupees 1 lakh every year. We want to receive 1 lakh every year till lifetime, infinite period of time. Then how much should we invest today? How much should we invest today? So there is a simple formula for this. The formula says R. R means the return or the receipt which we want in future. That means every month or every year, whatever receipt which we want, divided by rate of interest. Divided by the rate of interest. So by using this formula, we can calculate the amount which is required to be deposited now. So let us take the rate as 10%. If the rate is 10%. So we require rupees 1 lakh divided by rate of interest 10%, that means 0.10. So how much we are getting? How much we are getting? We are getting 10 lakhs. That means if we deposit 10 lakhs today, we will get 1 lakh every year for the lifetime. We will get 1 lakh every year for the lifetime. If the rate is 5%, then if the rate is 5%, then we will divide 1 lakh by 0.05. Now, how much is required? So you can divide and you will get 20 lakhs. If the rate is 5%, we have to invest 20 lakh today so that we can receive 1 lakh every year as the pension. Right? So this is the simple formula, that is R divided by I. R means the payment or receipt in each period, and I means the rate of interest per payment or the receipt period. So on the basis of this, let us understand this example number 41. Ramesh wants to retire and receive 3,000 a month. So Ramesh is getting retired and he wants a pension of rupees 3,000 monthly. You have to check it. It is monthly or yearly. Here it is monthly. He wants to pass this monthly payment to future generation after his death. He wants that this pension should continue after his death also. That means for the lifetime. He can earn an interest of 8% compounded annually. So 8 is the rate of interest annually. How much will he need to set aside to achieve his perpetuity goal? So how much should he invest now so that he will receive 3,000 every month? So R is equal to 3,000 per month. But I is what? 8,000 per annum. So these two are not comparable. So we have to change the rate to monthly mode. So 8 divided by 12, it becomes 0.6666%, or we can say 0.006667. This is the monthly rate because we are calculating the monthly return. That's why we have to divide with monthly rate. So let's divide 3,000 upon 0.006667 and see how much we are getting. So how much we are getting? We are getting 4,50,000. Actually, it depends on how much figures we are taking. If we take like 3,000 divided by 0.00667, if we have rounded off up to this figure, then we will get 4,49,775. And if we take simply the memory of the calculator, we will get exactly 4,50,000. Like I am telling you the memory function here. Okay, let's understand. For using the memory function, you have to check that your screen must not have M symbol. Your screen must not have M symbol. If there is M symbol, you have to remove that. You have to remove that first. And how to remove? You can press MRC 2 times so that M symbol can be removed from your screen. Okay. So your screen is plain now, only 0 is written there. Now what you have to do, you have to calculate the rate of interest into monthly mode. So type 8 divide 12 equal to 8 divide 12 equal to. Got it? And then what you have to do, divided it by 100. Divide by 100 and see how much you are getting. Because it is into percentage, that's why we are dividing it by 100. So you are getting 0.00666666. So whatever you are getting on your screen, this figure, press M plus sign now. Press M plus sign now. Okay, that means this figure is saved in your calculator memory. This figure is saved in your calculator memory. Now what you have to do, you have to apply the formula. So type 3000 without removing anything. Type 3000, press divide button, press MRC, and then equal to. You will get result on your screen. You will get result on your screen. See how much you are getting. 4,50,000. So it depends how many digits you are taking after decimal. So accordingly, you will get the answer. Okay, there is one doubt that can we do into other way, like 3000 is monthly, and if we multiply it with 12, we will get 36,000 every year. And can we divide 36,000 with 8%? Can we do this? You can try this also. Like 30,000 is monthly, because we have to make them comparable. That's why both figure must be on the same ground. 3,000 is monthly. We can multiply by 12. We will get 36,000 per annum. And the rate per annum is 8%. So simply divide 36,000 with 8%. See how much you are getting. 36,000 divided by 8%. You are getting exactly 4,50,000. Okay. So yes, this can be done, because the main thing is we have to make the things comparable. That's why we can do it. Okay. So this is the question based on perpetuity. Let's do one more question based on this. Yes. Now there is a different question based on the perpetuity. Now, if we say that if every year we will receive the same amount, we know that if we are getting 3,000 monthly today, then it is okay. But after 10 years, 3,000 will have like very less worth. After 20 years, the worth will become more less. So that's why we want that our money should grow. Every year, we should receive some more money. Like first year, we are getting 3,000. After that, we must get 3,200. After that, 3,400. After that, 3,700. So we want that whatever amount we are getting every year, we must get by getting some growth. We want some growth rate in that. So how to apply that growth rate? So whenever we want to apply that growth rate, the formula changes a bit. R divided by I and then minus G. G is for the growth rate. G is simply for the growth rate. Okay. So let us do this 42. Assuming that the discount rate is 7%. Discount rate means the rate of interest. It is 7% per annum. How much would you pay to receive rupees 50, growing at 5% annually forever? Annually forever. So what is R here? R is rupees 50 divided by what is I? I is 7%, 0.007 minus the growth rate. We want growth of 5%. So what we are left, 50 divided by 0.02. And after dividing, we get 2,500 rupees. That means if we invest 2,500 rupees today, then we will receive rupees 50 at the end of first year. We will receive rupees 50 at the end of first year. In second year, we will receive 50 plus 5%. 50 plus 5%. That is how much? 52.5. In third year, we will receive 52.5 plus 5% and so on. Right? That means we have to deposit 2,500 today. So this is the concept of perpetuity. All right. Okay, so let's check the doubts. What are the doubts which are coming here? How this 8% is not comparable? See, in the previous question where we discussed 3,000 was monthly, 8,000 was per annum. That's why it is not comparable. So we have to change any one of them, whether to make the receipt per annum, so it will become comparable with 8%, or another way you can make the interest rate per month. So again, it will become comparable. So in that way, we can do the question. Right. So let us move towards the next point. Net present value we have discussed. Now, example number 43. This kind of questions we have done. Let's do it one more time. Compute the net present value for a project with net investment of rupees 1 lakh. What we have to calculate? We have to calculate the net present value for a project. How much is the investment? It is rupees 1 lakh. Net cash flows for year 1 is 55,000. For year 2, it is 80,000. And for year 3, it is 15,000. Find the further, the company's cost of capital is 10%. 10%. So what we have to compute? We have to compute the net present value. So see, what is the meaning of the term net present value? We have to check that the project is favorable to us or not. So for this, we have to make the table. We have to prepare the table. Year. Today is the 0 period, then 1, 2, and then 3. So if we are investing today, that means there is money outflow, right? There will be money outflow. That means we have to write into negative cash flow, and we have written 1 lakh into bracket because this is cash outflow. Okay. At the end of first year, we will receive 55,000 rupees. At the end of second year, we will receive 80,000. And at the end of third year, we will receive rupees 15,000. The present value factor is given in the question. It is already given. So it is 0.909 for the first year, 0.826 for the second year, 0.751 for the third year. What about the 0 period? As we had discussed earlier, it is always 1. Now the present value. 1 lakh multiplied by 1, it is again 1 lakh, but it is negative. Then multiply 55,000 with 0.909. We have to multiply it. So it will come like 49,995, then 66,080, and then 11,265. Now you have to add all these figures and check how much it is coming. If it is positive, that means we are getting benefited. It is favorable for us. If the figure comes out to be negative, that means there is a loss. So let's add. We are getting positive figure of 27,340. This is a positive figure, and this figure is known as NPV, that is net present value. Net present value. So net present value means present value of cash inflow minus present value of cash outflow. Present value of cash inflow minus present value of cash outflow. So whatever inflows we are getting, we have added them. Whatever outflows we are getting, we have added them, and the net result is positive. Positive means it is favorable. So we have to accept. Negative, that means it is unfavorable. So we have to reject. So in this case, we can accept the investment proposal. So it is beneficial for us. Okay, Vishnu is asking, sir, how to become perfect in this chapter like you. See, Vishnu, whenever we read a topic for this first time, it seems difficult. But when we read it twice and thrice, it becomes very easy for us. Just like a kid who is into nursery class, it is very difficult for him to write ABCD. But when he moves in KG class, he knows that writing ABCD is very much easy. And when he moves into class first, class second, he feels that it is very, very much easy. Same as with us. Whenever we do a topic for the first time, it is tough for us. But whenever we revise it for the second time, third time, it automatically becomes easy. So you have to do nothing. Just revise the chapter from the beginning. Wherever you get doubt, you can again go through this lecture, and I think your doubts will get solved. Because we are having limited formula only in this chapter, not much formulas are there. So this was the question. Okay, there is again doubt that what is inflow and what is cash outflow. Inflow means the money which is coming to us. That is inflow. Because we are earning something. हमने कहीं पे पैसा invest किया. We are getting return on that. We are getting the money. Getting money means cash inflow. Cash is coming to us. And cash outflow means cash is going from us. We have to invest. We have to deposit somewhere. So cash is going from us. Okay. What is the meaning of investment decision? Okay, Vishnu Dev is asking. Investment decision means like we have to invest or not. That means it is favorable or not. That's only we have to calculate here. Now, the effective rate we have already discussed in the like compound interest portion. That is the same thing. Now, the last topic, which is about compound annual growth rate. In short, we said CAGR, compound annual growth rate. Now, what is this CAGR? CAGR is a business and investing specific term for the smooth and annualized gain of an investment over a given period and is not an accounting term. So CAGR is not a term for accounts. This term is simply used for calculating the return practically. Like when we talk about big companies like Reliance, Tata's, and many other companies. So how do they calculate the overall return? Because they do many kind of transactions. They do lakhs of transactions per year. So how to calculate their growth rate? How much they are growing in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years? They have to check. So for checking the growth rate, we have to apply this system. So CAGR dampens the effect of volatility of periodic returns that can render arithmetic means irrelevant. That means there is always some kind of fluctuation there. Always we cannot move upwards. There might be some fluctuation there, just like business cycle. So here, how to calculate that thing? So there is a simple formula for CAGR, compounded annual growth rate. So we are given this CAGR, in bracket we are written T0. T0 means 0 period of time, that is today's time period. आज का जो दिन है, आज का जो समय है, that is T0. And what is Tn? Like up to where we have to calculate, from 0 to 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, up to where we have to calculate, that is the time period. So 0 means the starting and n means the ending. So what we have to do, we have to put the simply value of the revenues which we are given. So like value of nth year divided by value of the starting year, whole to the power of 1 divided by gap of the terms Tn minus T0. Tn minus T0. Like if we have to compare 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So how much years are there? 15 to 16 is 1 year, 16 to 17 is 2 years, 17 to 18 is 3 years, 18 to 19 is 4 years. So here we can write the 4 years, or simply we can write as 2019 minus 2015, it is also 4. So in this way we can calculate the difference, that is a tenure. For how much tenure we are calculating the CAGR, how to calculate the return. Okay. So let us understand with this example. Suppose the revenue of a company for 4 years is given. For 2013 it is 100, then it is 120, 160, and for 16 it is 210. So we are given the revenue for 4 years and we have to calculate the growth rate, that is the compounded annual growth rate. So what is the time period? We can calculate Tn minus T0. That means time period of 16 minus 13. It is 3 years. 3 years. So let's put value, substitute the value in this formula. So revenue of 2016 is 210 divided by revenue of 2013. It is 100. Whole to the power of 1 by 3. Whole to the power of 1 by 3. So how to solve this? It is now 2.1 to the power of 1 by 3. Power 1 by 3 means it is simply the cube root of 2.1. It is the cube root of 2.1. Now the thing is how to calculate cube root by using the calculator. How to calculate the cube root, because the button of cube root is not available on our calculator. We only have the square root button. So here is the trick. This method is quite lengthy, but it will not take much time if you practice it regularly, right? So let us understand first what are the steps to calculate the root. So calculation of nth root. Nth root means we can calculate any root, whether it is third root, that is cube root, fifth root, sixth root, seventh root, any kind of root we can calculate by using this method. Now what is the first step? In first step you have to write the number जिसका cube root आपको निकालना है. You have to write that number and press root and press square root button for 12 times. How much? 12 times. Type the number on calculator and press the square root button 12 times. Now second step. What we have to do in second step? Minus 1. Simply subtract 1 from the figure. Now after getting the result, divide it by the nth root. Nth root means if we are talking about cube root, you have to divide by 3. If we are talking about seventh root, then we have to divide by 7. 10th root, then divide by 10, right? So in this case, we will divide it by 3 because we have to find cube root. Now, fourth step. Fourth step is again plus 1. You have to add 1. And now the last step. Whatever result you got after adding 1, you have to multiply and press equal to. Multiply and press equal to. Multiply and press equal to. For how many times? 12 times. You have to do this for 12 times. And you will get the result on your screen. You will get the result on your screen. So let's do it. 2.1. Come and find out karna hai cube root. So let's find. We will type 2.1 on the calculator and press root 12 times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Then second step, minus 1. Minus 1. After that, you have to divide it by 3. Okay. After division, you have to add 1 again. Add 1. And then press multiply equal to. Multiply equal to. This is one time. Multiply equal to. Second time. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So after pressing it for 11 times, see what you are getting. After pressing it for 11 times, we are getting 1.2805. We are getting 1.2805. And at last, what we have to do? We have to minus 1 because in the formula there is minus 1. So at last, we have to do minus 1. Minus 1. So after deducting how much we are getting? We are getting 28.2805. That means 28.05%. 28.05%. This is CAGR, compounded annual growth rate. So this is the rate of return which the company is getting. Okay. So in this way, we can calculate the cube root. Okay, now what are the doubts? Let's check. Okay. So there is a doubt that we have not discussed the effective rate and nominal rate. Yeah, that is already covered in the previous session. So that's why we are not discussing it again because we had completed with compound interest portion. So it is the same thing. And now we are talking about some summary portion. Let's discuss the summary portion. In the first part, we discussed simple interest. Simple interest is equal to PIT. This was the formula. For calculation of amount, what we have to do? We have to add principal and interest. And compound, which is the P multiplied by 1 plus I whole to the power n. This was the formula for calculation of compound interest. So this is the amount, and after amount we can deduct principal from it so that we will get the compound interest. Then we discuss the effective rate of interest. Yes, 1 plus I to the power of n minus 1. This is the formula for calculation of effective rate of interest. Then after that, we calculated simple future value. How to calculate the simple future value? That is the cash flow multiplied by 1 plus I to the power of n. Cash flow, that means the payment which we are doing, and then 1 plus I to the power of n. When this formula is to be used, now you have to see which formula is to be used where. This formula is used when the cash flow is single. That means we are depositing a lump sum amount. One time we are depositing the money and we will get the maturity value after the 3 years or 5 years. So whenever there is a single cash flow, then we have to use this future value formula. Okay. Then it is annuity. Now, when we are talking about annuity, then we calculate the future value by using this formula. Future value is equal to A, that means annuity, into 1 plus I to the power of n minus 1 divided by I. This formula is for annuity due or regular. This is for annuity regular. That means the payment is from the end of the period. So this is for the annuity regular. And when we talk about the annuity immediate, this is for regular. And when we talk about immediate, what we have to do? Future value equals annuity, then 1 plus I to the power of n minus 1 divided by I, and then multiply it with 1 plus I. So this formula is used in case of annuity due or annuity immediate. So you have to make it clear, understand the question properly, whether it is for regular or it is immediate. And when nothing is mentioned, you have to by default use annuity regular. Okay. So these two are the formulas for future value, one for regular and one for due. After that, we use the formula for present value. So present value, we calculated an divided by the present value with respect to time and rate of interest. That is a divided by 1 plus I to the power of n. In this way, we can calculate the present value. So question will ask you clearly whether to find out the present value or to find out the future value. So accordingly, you can do. Okay. So now let us take some doubts. There is one doubt that here the answer is given 27.74% and here it is 28.5%. Yes, there is a quite difference here, and this difference is just because of the round of value, because we have taken into calculator, so we have taken the exact figures. Otherwise, this is basically the round of figure. So whenever we take the round of figure and the exact figure, there might be some difference. So difference is near about 0.3%. Okay. So whenever the option comes, you can choose the nearest value. In the option. Now from this exercise, so question number 5 is in great demand from this exercise. So many of you have asked the question number 5. So let us discuss this question number 5. It is very, very much easy. You can tell which formula to use. A is given. A means annuity. N is 10, time period. I is 5%. Find the future value of annuity. What you have to calculate? Simply the future value of annuity you have to calculate. So just I told now, whenever it is not clear whether to use regular or immediate, so you have to use by default annuity regular. And we can substitute the values in the formula. We can substitute the values in this formula. A is given as 100, then 1 plus I I is 5%, 0.05 to the power of 10, and then minus 1 divided by 0.05. 0.05. So on solving this, you will get your result 1257.78. That means you can round it off 1258. So this is your required result. That is question number 5. Question number 5. Then question number 7 is again one more doubt asked from the student. So let us take question number 7 also. Given annuity of rupees 100 amounts to 3137.12 at 4.5% per annum compound interest. The number of years will be, here we have to calculate the number of years. See, number of years is required here. So first of all, you have to decide which formula we have to use. So what we are given annuity, that is A is available. Amounts to this, future value is available, 3137.12. I rate is given, that is 4.5%, and we have to find the number of years. Now you yourself can check which formula to use. Since future value is given, nothing is mentioned, so we have to use the annuity regular to simply substitute the values in that formula. So future value 3137.12 is equal to amount 100, then 1 plus 0.045 whole to the power of n minus 1, and then divided by 0.045. Okay, now check how to solve further. So first of all, we will do some cross multiplications. 3137.12 multiplied with 0.045 divided by 100. We have just done the cross multiplication and nothing else. Is equal to is what? 1.045 to the power of n minus 1. On solving this, we are getting 1.411704. 1 come to this side. Okay. So finally, what we are getting, 2.411704 is equal to 1.045 to the power of n. Now see what you have to do. Type 1.045 on the calculator and calculate the power. Power means into equal to, and check after calculating how much power you are getting, 2.45. So I'm doing into equal to, this is the square. Then power 3, power 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. After calculating the power 20, I am getting 2.411. 2.411. That means we can say 1.045 to the power of 20 is equal to 2.411. Hence, n is equal to 20. The time period is 20 years. So this was to be calculated in question number 7. Okay, Akash is asking, why is the formula given in question number 5? Well, it might be given here, but in examination, your formula is not given to us. You have to apply the formula. Whatever you know, you have to apply that concept only. Now there is again doubt in question number 8. Let's do question number 8. A company borrows rupees 10,000 on condition to repay it with compound interest at 5% per annum by annual installments of 1,000 each. The number of years by which the debt will be cleared. That means how much time it will take to clear the debt. See what is given to us. Company ने borrow किया है. How much company has borrowed? 10,000 rupees at the rate of 5% per annum. We have to pay the monthly installment of 1,000. That means how much time it will take to clear the debt. So you have to make it clear. This 10,000 is what? Future value or present value? This 10,000 is what? Future value or present value? So this is basically the present value. This is simply the present value. Because we have borrowed this money, we have received this money today. That means this is present value. So we have to apply the formula for present value here. So what is the formula which we had discussed in the present value section? One was the PV factor, and there was one more formula which we had discussed. So it is A multiplied by 1 plus I to the power of n minus 1 divided by I into 1 plus I to the power of n. This was the formula. This formula is simply for the present value. Now what we are given? We are given the present value as 10,000. Amount, how much is the amount? That means every installment is of 1,000. Rate of interest is 5%. So we can write 1 plus 0.05 and then to the power of n, because n is not known to us. Time period we don't know. Minus 1 and then divided by 0.05. Multiply by 1.05 to the power of n. Okay, let's solve this. We can cancel some zeros. 3 zeros and 3 zeros got cancelled, and after that we can do some cross multiplication and solve it further. So it becomes 10 multiply with 0.05 multiply with 0.05 and then again multiply with 1.05 to the power of n equals to 1.05 to the power of n and then minus 1. So how much it becomes? We can multiply this. It is 0.5 multiplied by 1.05 to the power of n equal to 1.05 to the power of n minus 1. We can change the values from right to left and left to right. So it is 1 equal to 1.05 whole to the power of n minus 0.5 and then 1.05 to the power of n. We can take something common here. So 1.05 to the power of n is common. It is common. So we got 1 minus 0.5. So finally it is 1 divided by 0.5 is equal to 1.05 to the power of n. Now again what we have to do? We have to calculate the power of 1.05 and up till where when it becomes 2. तो 1.05 का पावर हमें कैलकुलेट करना है कब तक? जब तक वो 2 नहीं बन जाए तब तक हमें उसे कैलकुलेट करना है. ओके so let's do it. 1.05 into equal to, this is power 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. In 14, when we are taking power 14, we are getting 1.9799. And when we are doing it 15, we are getting 2.0789. That means the exact answer lies between 14 and 15. That means 14 point something years. Now you can check the option. How is the option? Either we can click directly. So you can see the options are 14.2, 10, 12, and none of these. So we can directly now take 14.2 years because our result is between 14 and 15. So in this way, we can calculate this. Okay, so this was the most common doubt asked by many of the students. There is one more doubt asked by Gagandeep Chaurasia. Is face value and accumulated amount different in the effective rate? Okay, there are 2-3 queries by Gagandeep. Face value and accumulated amount is different. Yes, face value simply means what? Like whenever we are talking about the bond or shares, it has the fixed face value. But accumulated amount, that means whatever we have earned on that thing, that is the accumulated amount. So of course, accumulated amount is different and face value is different. Then second question is, effective rate is applicable when it is compound interest? Yes, you are correct. Because in simple interest, only we get interest on the principal portion. But in compound interest, we calculate interest on interest, interest on interest. That's why effective rate is the concept which is applicable for compound interest. Then you have asked, next doubt is future value for single cash flow. When there is single cash flow, you have to simply use the basic formula that we discussed. Future value is equal to cash flow multiplied by 1 plus I to the power of n. Simple. This is for the single cash flow. And then the annuity due and annuity regular. Yes, you have to take the time period which is given into the question. You don't have to change the time. Whether it is 4 years or 5 years, you have to take as it is. So these were the all doubts. Our time is already over now. I will take one more question, which is the most common doubt again. And after that, we will wind it up. Okay. And whatever maybe your queries, you can post into your like comments on YouTube. I will I may get to you there also, right? So you can post your queries on comments. So question number 11, last question which I'm taking today because our time is already over now. A person invests rupees 500 at the end of every year with a bank which pays interest at 10% per annum, compound interest annually. So person is investing rupees 500. How much is investing? 500 at the end of every year with bank which is paying 10% per annum interest. The amount standing to his credit after 1 year, after he has made his yearly investment for the 12th time. That means how much interest, how much will be the accumulated amount after 12 years and again after 1 year from that. That means what is given here, we have to deposit 500 every year up to 12 years. After that, we have to wait for 1 year. And after waiting for 1 year, we have to check the amount. This is the requirement of question. So simply we have to calculate what? Future value. We have to calculate the value of future. Apply the formula for future value. Future value is equal to amount is annuity is 500. Then 1 plus I is 0.1 to the power of 12 minus 1 and then divided by 0.1. See how much you are getting here? 1.1 and then power 12. So we are getting 500 into 21.3842 multiplied by 500. After multiplying by 500, we are getting 10,692.14. This much we are getting after 12 years. Now we are not depositing anymore, but we have to check our amount after 1 year. So now we are not depositing the amount, but we have to add interest of one more year. So this is the amount for 12th year. But for 13th year, we have to add interest, that is the 10%. So add simply 10% here. Simply press plus 10% on your calculator. You will get 11,761.36. 0.36. So this is your result. So option number A. So option number A is correct. Okay, great. So it is 4:10 now, and we have completed the chapter in 3 complete sessions. And wherever topic you are having some doubt, you can go through the session once again, and you can apply those concepts. I can assure you that you will easily solve all these questions, because we have discussed in very easy manner, very simple manner, and you can do it. Okay, so best of luck for your exams. Okay, have a great day. Bye bye. Take care. See you soon. Yes, sir.